says streaming here.
Alright, cool. Only takes a second. Alright. Good to go. Alright, cool. Alright. Welcome, everyone, to the long-awaited, long-requested, maybe, discussion for Shenmue and the history of Shenmue. Today we got, of course, yourself. I'm the streaming captain, apparently, as the title I've been given on the dojo, by our illustrious CEO, who's also on the line as well.
Hello.
All right. So let me pull up the agenda here. Got a formal meeting of the Tojo clan, professional meeting here. So today we're going to be discussing the history of Shenmue, ranging all the way back from the early days, not just the Shenmue games, but of course Yu Suzuki and how everything got started. And then we'll be going all the way up through different points in history of the games and kind of how we got familiar with it and just stayed in tune with the community, and then all the way up to Shenmue 3 and moving forward. So, and then all the while we'll be playing, kind of wandering around in the game and stuff, just in between, just to at least have something so you're not just staring at our faces the whole time. And yeah, so kind of with that, I guess we'll kick it off. So I guess first question I had for you is, how did you discover Shenmue? Like, what's the first time you heard about it, would you say?
Do you want a long answer, or do you just want the quick story?
I mean, you can start with the quick one. Maybe I'll probe from there.
Right, so my brother just brought it home one day.
Mm-hmm.
He got a Dreamcast at Christmas. When they were like £99. Like, after Sega said we're getting out of the business, and they were like just trying to get them off store shelves.
Right.
And he got like 3 games free with it. And when it was Christmas Eve, because he knew he was getting it, he was like 20 at the time, so he was old enough to know what he was getting at Christmas. So Christmas Eve he bought Shenmue and brought it home to play the next day.
Okay, nice. And I see our old pal South Carmaine is here. Better start with Shenmue 0. We only talk about canon here. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of such nonsense.
It's still real to me, damn it.
But yeah, no, that's funny that you got started. It sounds like basically on the tail end of the Dreamcast life, right?
Yeah. It's like, we were always a Sega family.
Yeah.
Until the Sega Saturn annoyed my dad with the fact that we bought it, and then like the kid down the road got an N64, and we were like, oh, we want one of them.
Yeah.
And then we never bothered with the Dreamcast until it was like done.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, at least as far as Dreamcasts are, I'm turning the audio down a little bit. It might be overshadowing. The fuck? Did the game just crash? The fuck? Wow. Alright, good. We're off to a great start, people.
It sums up how the series did.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright. Apparently, turning the volume down crashes the game, so that's good. Nice. So yeah, exactly. I mean, I've definitely... I mean, even though I had an NES and Super Nintendo and all that stuff, I definitely was always a Sega fan when I got my Dreamcast. Or, when I got my Genesis or Mega Drive. But then, I actually never had a Saturn until, like, many years later, where... I even only had it briefly before my Saturn actually broke, but I got it like secondhand, so I wasn't really surprised. Oh, do we have got a follower? Game.film, thank you. I got this great song playing. So yeah, the Saturn I never really had until, like I said, many years later, so I didn't play it all that much. But then yeah, I got the Dreamcast. I think, I didn't get it on launch date, but I got it shortly after. And, I got all the, Sonic Adventure, and I think Crazy Taxi came out, like, not that long after. Maybe it was a launch game. But then Shenmue I didn't play until probably another year or so after as well. So, or I guess, wait, when did it come out? No, was it, because that wasn't a launch game, right? Can't even remember anymore. Oh god. Sorry, 1 second. Oh gosh. Did I lose you too?
No, I can't hear you other than through the stream, so I'm just trying to move to my phone.
So it's, alright, so it's doing it again. Alright. Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. Are you on your phone now?
Yeah, just moving it to my headphones.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder why it's doing that.
Great, this is very professional.
It's alright.
Okay, I think we are good.
Alright. Yeah, I wonder why it's doing that. That's really weird. Alright, we'll have to figure that out at a future date. But, so yeah, I was basically saying that, yeah, Shenmue, or I got a Dreamcast, not too long after launch date, but yeah, I got like Crazy Taxi and Sonic Adventure and all that sort of stuff. But, I was saying Shenmue didn't come out, yeah, until what, like 2000, I think. So, funny enough, I didn't buy it. I actually, now I'll take people down a memory lane a little bit here, because I went to a Blockbuster when those were in existence, and I wanted to rent a game, and I saw Shenmue, and I was like, well, what the hell is this game? Like, I've never heard of it, and I was like, alright, well, I guess I'll give it a shot. And I took it off the shelf, and I rented it, and first impression, honestly, was that I hated it. I was like, what is this game? Because like, it got like when I read the box, it was like this epic adventure, like action, all this stuff, and I'm thinking like, all right, this is going to be like nonstop action packed, and then I'm doing like what I'm doing now, which is, you know, like buying Coke at a machine, and I'm like, what the fuck is this game?
Yeah, the first thing I remember is like I never saw the opening for ages because I used to just watch my brother play it for a while. So I never saw like Landy just strolling the town like the owner played.
Right.
I saw like the first thing I saw was him buying capsule toys, and I was like, oh my god, like Sonic, because at the time I loved Sonic.
Yeah.
So when Shenmue came out, I must have been about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And
Good.
I never, like, people talk about the first time they saw Mario 64 and like how it changed how they view the world.
Right.
I just feel like as a kid I used to see games and be like, I like games, I want to play that.
Yeah.
You know, I never like looked at Shenmue as this thing that was like, oh my god, it's years ahead of everything.
Yeah,
Or,
exactly.
Like, you know, the things they're doing are amazing. Because at the end of the day, I was just a kid who wanted to play a video game.
Yeah, exactly.
And it weren't until like I got a bit older and started like reading more on the internet about video games and the history of them that I started to actually realise some of the stuff it did and how shall we say groundbreaking it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because yeah, I mean, and then when it came out, I was 10 or 11 years old, I guess, so not that much older than you, I guess. But yeah, it was the same thing where I was like, yeah, I just want to play, going to Blockbuster, playing a game for the weekend. I want to have fun and eat, you know, popcorn. Like, I wasn't thinking about it too hard, and so yeah, I picked it up. I played it for a couple hours, and I actually returned it because I was like, I don't want to play this game anymore. Like, I didn't know what the hell it was, and then. Funny enough, like and this was during the summer of whatever, you know, of that year, basically, so I had, of course, ample time to do whatever the hell I wanted, and so I instead rented, like, I don't know, like Ready to Rumble Boxing or something to, like, when I brought it back so I could try something else, and then, like, a couple weeks later, I was, you know, on the internet at that time, and it was early internet, and I was looking around, like, alright, what do I want to play next, and I saw Shenmue, this up-and-coming game, and I'm like, yeah, I played that game, but it sucked. Like, what is it? Like, am I missing something? And so I went back to Blockbuster again, you know, the next couple weeks, and I rented it again, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'll give it a try again. And then, yeah, like, even though I was still only, like, 10 or 11, I definitely, like, the more I played it, and that was, of course, during a point where I was like, oh, I'm understanding stories now, and not just playing, you know, Mario as a plumber. So, like, I kind of realized like, okay, this is like a more complicated story. And so I kept playing it and playing it, and then, you know, I eventually played it all the way through, and I'm like, okay, I think I like this game now. And for a while, that was kind of it. I was like, all right, well, I returned it, and then didn't think about it again. And then for some reason, I think like a year, well, maybe not a year, maybe like 5-6 months later, I was at a store and I saw the game for purchase for like $20 or something, and I'm like, all right, I remember that game, and so I bought it, and then yeah, I just kind of played it again, and I was like, all right, now I'm discovering new things and seeing stuff that I didn't the first time, which was cool.
Yeah, it's also weird as a kid that your perception of time is thrown off.
Right.
Like, the Dreamcast, when you like read about it, was only around for like 2 years.
Right.
As a kid, it feels like it was around forever.
Yeah, it's funny because this is so weird too, because back in middle school, so for me at least, that was what, like 5th grade or something like that. We used to every week get like this, like, okay, there was the Time magazine, like the normal Time magazine that, you know, comes out like every month on like newsstands or whatever. But then for some reason at that time, Time magazine had like this kids edition that they would come out with for schools, and they would deliver it, and or maybe not every week, every couple weeks or whatever. But it was like a very like condensed, like kid-friendly version of Time. But I remember there was an issue I got once that talked about the Dreamcast like being dead, and I can't believe like I heard about that in school like before I did like on the internet basically. And it was like this issue like the Sega Dreamcast is failing, like this brand new system only around for 2 years, and I'm like, I just bought the system, like what do you mean it's dead, like what the hell? It was
I
so
think
weird.
it was my dad who told us, like, because he going to work would listen to the radio all the time. But my dad being like doesn't really care, so he was probably half listening or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
he was like, "Yep, Sega aren't making games anymore. They're going out of business."
Like what? No.
Yeah, we were like, "What?" And the internet weren't a readily available thing like it is today. So we just was like, "Oh, okay, guess we'll never get a Sonic game again."
Yeah, exactly. Sonic's dead now. Yeah, it was just so weird, because especially because you always heard like, you know Sega doing well, especially during the 90s. Like there's no way in hell they could just fail like that, and so it's definitely a shock for sure that when that happened, I was like, even at that age, I was like, there's no way that can't happen. So that
it's weird as well, because like in the UK, like I don't know if this is 100% true. I've never looked it up, but this is what it felt like to me, is that the SNES wasn't a big thing.
One game, 100 yen.
I knew one person who had a SNES.
Yeah.
Everyone else had a Mega Drive.
Don't think I should.
Whereas then it sort of flipped once like the PlayStation came out and the N64, and then it felt like no one had a Saturn, no one had a Dreamcast.
Yeah, it is weird, because I always felt like when I had my Genesis, I almost felt like I was in the minority a little bit. But even though like they went hard on the campaign in the 90s for like, you know, Sega being cool and stuff, but I don't know, I felt like that's funny, because I feel like I didn't know too many people with the Genesis.
Yeah, it was literally everyone's house I went round, you would always, if they were obviously kids, have Mega Drive games or things like that. But then I can't remember anyone else ever having a Dreamcast. So I don't remember like talking to anyone ever about games like Shenmue or anything like that.
Yeah, it's funny, because definitely at the time I was kind of the same thing as well, but then a few years later when I went to high school, I actually, you know, made more friends who I still talk to now, and the reason why we became friends is because they also had a Dreamcast, and even though like after it died, there was me and a couple others who had one, and we're like, oh, you know what this is now, and you still play this, so it was kind of a nice way to like know the type of person you were talking to, I guess.
All right.
You weren't hooking up on Sega Net after school then?
God, I wish. Are you kidding me? That'd been fucking great. Sega Man joining us. Thanks. How's it going? In South, you're saying snowy Dobuita is very comfy. Yes, it is. That is a good point. I definitely liked playing the Christmas portion of this game. It's just nice to see it. Kind of a cozy place, I guess. But yeah, so yeah, it's funny because by that point, GameCube and Xbox and PS2 were already coming around, and I actually played Phantasy Star Online on the GameCube for a very brief time. Fuck. even though I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But yeah, it just sucked how quickly it died.
No more
And then, of
parts.
course, obviously, when Shenmue 2 got announced for the Dreamcast in the East, people were like, "Oh shit! Like, is this going to come out here?" And then,
Guess
you know,
I'll try
eventually
again.
did on the Xbox, but not the Dreamcast.
Well, being from England, we actually got it on the Dreamcast.
Well,
I
right,
remember
yeah.
My brother beat Shenmue, and I've looked at the dates before, and like I can't quite. It felt like a couple of days after he beat Shenmue, he bought Shenmue 2. So I'm guessing this is around like 2001.
Yeah, that's
Oh, good.
it's funny because like after I beat it, then I remember hearing Shenmue 2 coming out, and then but then I heard like, oh shit, it's not coming to the U.S. anymore, like at all. And this was before like Xbox even got started. But I ended up finding a website that imported games, and that's how I got
Hey, not
Shenmue
too
2, the
bad.
PAL version for Dreamcast. And I think this website might still be around. I think it's called like ncsx.com or something like that. But it was definitely, I thought it was going to be shady as hell, but they actually sent me the game, so I was like, all right, I'm pretty happy about that.
The Wild West of the internet days.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of like thrill with whether or not you're going to actually get what you pay for.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, no, we got it for the Dreamcast, and I remember my main takeaway back then was as well,
All right.
being 9-10 years old, was subtitles.
Mhm.
Last
Seriously?
one.
Yeah.
Like, but then
No, good.
he also got my brother. He got it when he got an Xbox as well.
I get to play again.
He got Shenmue 2.
Yeah.
So I don't think I ever played it on the Xbox because when I played it, I wanted to be able to carry everything over. So I always just stuck
No,
with
good.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Dreamcast version.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember when it finally did get announced for Xbox, I saw like an advertisement for it, and like my head fucking exploded. I was like, "There's no way! How can they do this?"
No, good.
Like I was just shocked that they would port a game to another system. I guess, which was still, I feel like that didn't happen too often. But then yeah, I found out obviously I couldn't carry my save, and I was pissed. But
So close.
and then when I got the Dreamcast version for the PAL region, I couldn't carry that over either because I had the American version. So it was very weird.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently, funny enough, also in the early days of the internet, is
No, good.
they had like these save converters where you could hook up your VMU and I think
This is the last
convert
one.
your save file. I never tried it, but I felt like that would always just corrupt my memory card if I did
Yeah.
that.
That's a lot of effort for a capsule toy.
Right. Well, which is why eventually, and that so it's
Should I
funny
play
because
more?
that then led me to buying the other versions of the
enough for
game
now.
just since I eventually became more of a fan, and that's why even to this day I have every version for a Dreamcast for the different regions, and so that's why I eventually went back and played the PAL version of Shenmue 1 and, you know, got all the stuff for it and then carried over to the PAL version of Shenmue 2, which was kind of cool to do.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first time I played Shenmue. I played it all the way through until Shenmue 2 when you have to fight the 3 people,
Yeah.
and I didn't have the money to fight them, and I gave up,
Right.
and that was it for a couple of years. That was as far as I got,
Hmm.
and then it wasn't until years later I played it again. I think just Shenmue 2, maybe on the Xbox, and that was when I first beat it.
Yeah.
And then until about 2010, 2012, I'd only played Shenmue 1 once.
Yeah.
And it was after beating Shenmue 2 for the first time that I googled Shenmue 3 and my world fell apart.
Just because there was nothing after?
Well, that was a weird time, like 2004, 2005, because it was like Shenmue Online, I think, had been announced at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Not to jump ahead here, but like,
Hmm.
so that was sort of when I sort of that was my first sort of foray also into the video game world on the internet.
Right.
Trying to find out when the next one was coming out.
Yeah, when information was very scarce and you kind of had to just dig the bowels of the internet to find whatever the hell you could.
Oh, you'd find a news article that now is obviously absolute bull. But
Right.
back then, you'd be like, yeah, this article with no
Here are your
sources
tokens,
says
sir.
it's coming out next year seems legit.
Yeah, it seems totally normal.
Thanks.
What were some of the questions? Reading the chat again. So they released Shenmue only in English. Okay, so your friend invited you over. Nice, yeah. Yeah, Sega does some weird stuff when they bring over games and translations and stuff. So anybody play the Shenmue Passport? Briefly. Not like a whole lot. Like, of course, on the Dreamcast there was the like the little movies and like character model stuff that you can look at, and there was that online component that I never really got to experience, but for people who did, I guess that was pretty cool. You could get like special capsule toys and stuff.
Yeah, I never did any of the passport stuff. We never had the Dreamcast hooked up to the
Sir?
internet because
Sir?
it wasn't
I
wireless.
can hold your leftover
and
coins
Right.
for you.
We always had our game
Would you
consoles
please?
in our bedrooms, well away from the Ethernet ports.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I tried to at one point, but I was so close to when the Dreamcast was basically dead, and it just wasn't worth it anymore. So I figured, whatever. And yeah, it's funny, Sega Man saying that the Xbox is basically Dreamcast 2.0. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games that either got ported or like sequels or whatever from Sega, so that was cool to see. That's why, like, it's crazy when I look at my video game collection, because even though I definitely still love my Dreamcast and have, I don't know, a fair amount of games, my Xbox collection is probably my biggest with how many games I have, because I love that system. There's so much Sega and non-Sega stuff on it that I just love.
Well, I remember when we got an Xbox, you got that disc with it that came with a Sega racing game
Yeah.
and Jet Set Future.
Yeah.
Yeah. There wasn't another one on there. But yeah, no, there was a few like
Right.
Sega games like Shenmue 2 came to the Xbox, and then Panzer Dragoon.
Right. Nice.
Yeah, the original Xbox didn't sell great and isn't that amazingly remembered.
Jimmy should know
But
something.
it had some great
I need to
games.
go to Asia Travel.
Yeah,
Conference.
I don't know. There's just such a massive variety of games, and I felt like they carried over a lot of interesting Sega stuff. And even Sega obviously started making games for it for the first time, so which was really cool. Also, Enin Creature followed us. Thank you for following us. Appreciate it. So anyways, so yeah, early days of finding it was definitely fun in that part of the internet, the age of the internet. So that was a good time. I remember that fondly. So I guess the next question that I have as we're moving along is, why do you think the game stuck with you so much? Like, what was the most meaningful part of it for you?
I'll be honest, I don't 100% know because I was quite young and as I just enjoyed playing games.
Yeah.
I think what it is the detective style story. Because I've always been hooked on stuff where you always feel like you're going to get the next clue and it's going to blow the case wide open.
Right.
Like I love the TV show Lost, and I love Twin Peaks. Anything where you don't know the answer and you're trying to find it out. I think that's what appealed to me. Just this idea that every time you ask someone, it gives you a new lead, and the story kept moving forward, which Shenmue's story is pretty standard. It's
Right.
nothing amazing, but getting that trickle of information constantly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun.
Sorry that they're asking. Yeah, if you hear my cats and dog freaking out, they're just running around. I got like a freaking a zoo of animals here. Got 2 cats and a dog, so apologies if they're just screaming.
You're just a typical San Fran hippie.
Exactly. Well, I've had these pets even before I moved here, but yeah, I do love my animals. But yeah, South was also saying that a lot of people just played it for Halo, which, yeah, it is kind of crazy that all people remember is just Halo, it seems like, but I said, I could just list off a whole bunch of games that I have on it, and
Yeah.
I did love Halo, but that definitely wasn't the most frequent game that I played on there. But yeah, so Shenmue for me was interesting. I mean, kind of the same thing that you're describing, where it was like a detective thing. There wasn't like, I mean, I'm just walking around as you're seeing right now, and like, yeah, I could pull up my journal to say, okay, maybe look at these things. Here's clues. go figure it out. But like, I would play this game for endless hours. Even like this, I've beaten this game more than any other game in my life, and there's still times where I have to remember, like, oh shit, wait, what do I need to do again? Because like, I just remember walking around kind of aimlessly, like not necessarily in a bad way, but just opening doors and like going into places, and just figuring things out. So like, it was different, and to me, I guess it depends on what kind of person you are, because a lot of people complain saying like it's boring, it's slow. Like I remember the IGN reviews were like, 6 or 7 out of 10, like what the hell are you supposed to be doing, it's too slow. But I don't know, like for some reason it was just different enough that I was like, okay, I think I can get behind this.
Yeah, I played Shenmue in like, I want to say like 2010, 2012 sort of time. Because I rebought a Dreamcast, because my brother had sold his by then. And I really struggled with my replay of Shenmue.
Mm-hmm.
It was the second time I'd ever played it, but when I knew where you had to go, and I'd already explored the town, I found I was trying to kill time a lot.
Right.
And it was great the first time you play it, because you're like, oh my god, what's in this building? I've got to kill... Oh, I best leave at 3 o'clock, I've got to go here. But the moment I knew what to do, where to go, and what every building had to offer, I just wanted it
100
to progress,
yen each.
to get to the next part.
Maybe
I
just
never
one.
was a big one for like, oh my god, I've got to look at every single plant pot in this shop.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why it really it dragged for me a second time, and I think Shenmue 2
What? This again?
now is probably, I would have to argue, the better game, but I prefer Shenmue 1, the feeling of being
Maybe
in
I
like a
should
small
get
town.
another.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, where like
Change my mind.
Shenmue 2 clearly expanded on the game and put in some conveniences, and it's obviously bigger. But yeah, like I don't know why I can always come back to this game and be like, oh, okay, this feels pretty good. I enjoy this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for me, like the thing I don't know, it's hard for me to pinpoint as well, but I think that's around the same time that I started finding out about like anime and more video games as well, and then just Japanese culture stuff, like typical freaking weeb stuff. Like I'm not gonna be ashamed of it. Like I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Like that's this time like I started getting into it, and I think this was the closest I could get to understanding what it felt like to live in Japan. Because I mean, if you granted, certain things are a little bit not exaggerated per se. Like this house, like isn't exactly common per se with how nice it is and how big it is. But like, it just gave me a feeling of like, oh, this is what it's like to be in that country. Because by that point, I hadn't traveled to any other country, so I was like, this seems like an escape to me that I couldn't get anywhere else, I guess.
Yeah, there were the odd little things here and there that I was a bit like, oh, this is not English.
I think I'll warm up
But
a bit.
for the most part, even as a young kid, I
Let's
kind
get
of like
sweaty.
figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like things that still throw me off are like Japanese names and stuff.
Right.
But I think Shenmue's not as even crazy about it. Something like the Yakuza series, where they just all throw like 15 names that sound like each other in one scene.
Yeah, I think they definitely tried to make it approachable with these games. Like, it's like a kung fu epic or whatever, which by that point plenty of people have seen that stuff like in the States or in the UK or whatever. So I think they tried to make it somewhat reasonable and not too insane. So yeah, I get what you mean. Just practicing my sick moves here. What's everyone else saying? Did anybody else think it would have been better if they finished it as an anime and manga? So yeah, well, so we'll talk about that in just a little bit as well, because a lot of people have thought that as just the same. So yes, yes, we have thought about that as well. Let me quit here. But yeah, so anyways, that's kind of the meaning, I guess, of the games for sure. So I guess to give a little bit of recap, because one thing that, and maybe for the couple that are in the chat, this may not be the case, but I'm surprised when I've streamed on here when I'm playing Yakuza how many people have actually not played Shenmue. Which, I mean, I'm not that shocked about it, to be honest, but like, it's, like, I guess I think a few of us probably assumed, like, oh, if you played Yakuza, then you've definitely played Shenmue, but that's not the case, which I thought was funny.
Well, running the Tojo Dojo Twitter account, you realize how stupid people can be when it comes to a decision on if they're going to play a game or not.
Yeah.
And the excuses they will come up with to not play them.
Yeah.
Like, for me, I'm just like, okay, if it interests me, I'll play it. If not, I'm just not interested.
Right.
But you see people jumping through these mental hoops where they're like, oh, like, Shenmue's stupid because, like, it bankrupted Sega. Or
right.
Like, right. Even if it did, why is that not a reason? Why should you not play it still?
Yeah, that'd be like more reason to play it, just to see what the hell they did.
Yeah, what? Like, I played Duke Nukem Forever because I was like, I've got to see how this turned out.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, I love the Duke Nukem games. I played that too, and I mean, yeah, it was a train wreck, but I'm like, I gotta play it.
But then I also see people like, oh, there's no point playing Shenmue because, like, Yakuza's just a better version of it. And I'm just like, so is there no point in watching The Sopranos because Breaking Bad was better?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
well, it's...
like,
well,
it just makes no sense to me.
well, that's the same thing you could say about, like, any video game. Like, I love, like, when it comes to Zelda, like, I love Wind Waker. That's probably my favorite Zelda. But just because I love that doesn't mean there's no point in playing Ocarina of Time, which people consider, like, the greatest game of all time. Or even, like, any of the Super Nintendo ones. Like that doesn't even make sense. That's like saying just because something progresses means you can completely ignore everything before it, which is goofy to me.
Yeah, no, it's always been bizarre because, like, I don't know if it's just me liking weird stuff
Mm-hmm.
that I always kind of want to see it. Like I went to see Cat, the movie, because I saw the Rotten Tomatoes score. I'm like, I've got to see this.
I still have not seen that. I'm almost like afraid to watch it, but like I kind of want to.
Don't bother. I went in fully expecting I was going to laugh for 2 hours, and it just, you laugh for the first minute, and then it's just the same, and the joke gets over.
Oh Jesus! All right, so really just a true travesty of cinema.
Yeah, it's not even that it's really bad. It's just really boring.
Right. Yeah, I've heard, that's good times. So, but given that, it is funny to see that when people, like I said, they don't know about Shenmue, which means they probably don't know a whole lot about Yu Suzuki either, which is fine, whatever. I mean, he's not, like, I guess I would call him almost the equivalent of, like, Shigeru Miyamoto, but for Sega, I would feel like, at least to an extent in terms of, like, arcade stuff. I mean, he definitely is, like, prolific in that sense. So, like, obviously, like, now I'm in the U Arcade, which is, I guess, kind of a play on words because Yu Suzuki, but you have Space Harrier and Hang On, but then he, of course, like in Shenmue 2, there's other games that he worked on, like Afterburner and Outrun. And so he was, the pioneer of all those games, and that's kind of where he got his start at Sega. And then, of course, after that, he went on to make Virtua Fighter, which that series, I mean, shit, even recently they're talking about, rebooting it with whatever they're going to do. And I mean, I don't think he's involved anymore, it doesn't sound like, but he started that series, and he definitely tried to push for, like the 3D fighting and not just like more 2D Street Fighter type of stuff anymore, which was pretty cool.
See, I've never felt like he's a Miyamoto Sega.
Some real nasty things can happen if you're not careful, huh?
He seems like an idea man.
By the way,
to me,
how did that guy?
Like, wouldn't it be cool if you could do this?
Yeah.
And he wants to figure it out. And sometimes it's not even about the gameplay, but just more about, like, he revolutionized arcade cabinets rather than the arcade game.
Okay, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, because I even remember this cabinet right here that I'm looking at for Hang On. I played this type of cabinet actually back in the day at this one arcade I used to go to, and I loved it. Like, I could not stop playing it, but like, I don't know, I still love Hang On, to be honest. That's probably my favorite game of his, but it's definitely heavily because I used to play this physically in the arcade back in the day, and I loved it.
Yeah, I feel like if Miyamoto and Yu Suzuki were both staring at an arcade cabinet in the 80s, Miyamoto would be staring at the screen, whereas Suzuki would be staring at the cabinet.
Exactly, because yeah, especially when it comes to like Afterburner, he practically like turned people upside down in that cabinet.
Yeah, and it's even when you go into like Virtua Fighter and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like he was more interested in, can I make 3D games rather than the 3D game he was making.
Right.
And like how the technology behind it. Because he's said himself he's not a big gamer.
Right.
He's more. He just seems to be more like an inventor type. He wants to tinker with things and see what he can do. Whereas like Miyamoto's always like, oh, what if Mario was a horse in this game?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the cool thing though about video games is like, you could take those different kinds of approaches and still be obviously very innovative and help push the medium forward, which is I still admire him for that for sure. But yeah, I could understand that difference for sure.
Yeah, and when you read about the development of Shenmue, it seems like rather than making a game, he was more focused on what can I do here?
Right.
Like what technology can I evolve? What technology can I play with?
Well, yeah, especially because if I remember correctly from an interview, he like really pushed, or not he, but like his team, I guess, really pushed the boundaries in terms of just what they could even fit on a disc in terms of like compression algorithms for like massive audio files and like cutscenes and stuff like that. Because I mean, up until the point of this coming out, like there wasn't very many games that did a lot of what this game did, but more to your point though, more so on the technology piece as opposed to like the story, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you see interviews with other people that worked on the game, like Nagoshi and things like that, and they're just like, there was no plan to actually get the game out from users. He was more just interested in like messing about with it and seeing what fun he could have.
Just gonna move on to Shenmue 2 here. Well, for some reason the game just keeps crashing, so yeah, great port, obviously. Not sure what the hell keeps happening. But either way, I'm gonna move on to Shenmue 2 anyways, so it's all good. Yeah, exactly. So it's... And then I guess the other part about its history is how it technically got started on the Sega Saturn, and there's old videos of that, which are pretty interesting to watch and see how, like, just the jump in quality from, like, pure pixelated, like, rectangles walking around, basically, to, like, what, came out on the Dreamcast. And so it's funny to see how they, like, I can't imagine that this game coming out on the Saturn and, like, I mean, would this thing be, like, 10 discs long or something? Like, it must have been insane.
I think it would have been a lot shorter. There would have been a lot less to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it would have probably been a much more A to B game.
Right.
Probably more story focused.
Yeah, that's probably a good
because
point.
when you look at all the footage from the Saturn era, it is all story.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I remember there's the one footage of, like, him and Guizan talking, and then, I forget what the other one is, but yeah, that's a good point, actually. They probably just shortened it quite a bit.
Yeah, there's no footage of, like, him hanging out in an arcade, for example.
Right, exactly.
Like, doing his forklift driving.
Nice. So yeah, I mean, obviously it started out there. And I think the interesting part, and I guess we kind of briefly talked about it a little bit, but like, it's funny that even when the game first came out, there was this big hype around how the kind of game it was, and it cost $1 bajillion, and yet some people were still unhappy with it. And then, of course, now Shenmue 2 came out, and I mean, people who loved it, I think loved it and wanted to obviously continue playing, but then I think more people were probably maybe, I guess, expecting more out of a sequel to change it up a lot more, and I'm sure people were still kind of bored with, like, oh, this game's too slow or whatever, and ultimately, like, I don't think Shenmue was the downfall of the Dreamcast by any means, but it just sucks. It, like, coincided with the Dreamcast dying, and then I think that's when things started kind of falling off the cliff a little bit.
Well, I know some people that say, like, oh, I don't like Shenmue 1, but I like Shenmue 2, and I've always found that hard to wrap my head around, because they are pretty similar in terms of at least how they play and things like that. It's not like the Final Fantasy series where it changes up every entry from the battle systems, the story to the characters. where there's certain entries I like and I don't like, but Shenmue 2 literally feels like you're popping in disc 4 of Shenmue 1.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like a continuation. I mean, obviously they did do things better. Like I said, they expanded it, had like more like fights, and you can do a good old favorite lucky hit. So yeah, they definitely expanded on it, and it's fine. Like we were saying earlier, if you have a preference for one over the other. But yeah, to your point, to say if they just outright don't like Shenmue 1, yeah, that would be a little bit weird, I guess.
Like Self saying, it's the pacing and frequency of action into like, yeah, I know there's more. It's just it still doesn't seem like a completely different game to me. It still seems like Shenmue.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. Like I said, when I imported this game, the PAL game, and it came in, I popped it in and I played it basically all the way straight until I finished it for like a couple of days, and you know, it was like during the summer or something again, and so I had nothing else to do, and I just popped it in, played all the way through, and I was like, all right, gotta go through it again now. I gotta see all the crap that I missed.
Well, at first, I watched my brother play it, and he must have got... I always remember the bit where you get jumped and then you wake up in the orphanage. I remember him getting like that far, or waking up in the church, sorry, not the orphanage.
Yeah.
I remember him getting that far, and then my brother has this habit of playing 3/4 of a game and then just stopping. Like I don't think he's beat a game in like 20 years. And it don't matter how long or short it is. It'll be like the Telltale games, and he gets to like episode 5, chapter 3, and he just stops. So I then, like a year later, when I actually played Shenmue for the first time, just played it, and as I said before, I stopped when you get to the finals, and then it wasn't until I replayed it, just Shenmue 2, and then I just plowed through the game.
So do you think Shenmue 2, was there any like different feeling in terms of why you also liked it, or just basically for the same reasons as Shenmue 1, pretty much?
I think for the same reasons. I loved it once it got counted. Because it feels very non-stop at that point.
Right.
Like the story is front and center. Everything's moving forward.
Fuck
Can't believe it.
Well
Got
done.
it in.
First try.
Yeah,
Exactly. Definitely. Especially with Kowloon, and I mean, I know, what was it, a few weeks ago or a month or whatever, we did kind of a virtual tour of Kowloon, because when I found out about what Kowloon was, and then I started looking into like the lore behind that real life city, I'm like, oh shit, like I gotta look into this, and it was obviously super interesting as well, and that kind of like added to it.
Yeah, I've never been one that reads much into the history of like the towns and stuff in the game. I was on the Shenmue Dojo once and saw like all the photos of the Vuita like long after like I beat the game.
We just started. Try again.
And didn't realise it was like actually a real place.
Yeah, exactly, and that kind of, once again, back when I was playing the first one and getting into like, you know, understanding stuff about Japan, that's when I started looking it up a little bit. I'm like, oh, these are real places. Like, I mean, obviously Japan's a real place, but I'm like, are these modeled after real places? And I found out like, yes, it was. And then obviously with Shenmue 2, maybe, you know, they gamified it a little bit, so it's not 100% the same, but like the fact that they're based in reality was just interesting to me.
Well, I remember the GDC talk that Yu Suzuki did, and everyone got really angry with my comment about it, because he did the GDC talk and everyone thought he was going to announce like Shenmue 3.
Right.
That's really good.
Because apparently that's where you do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then wasn't the name of that talk like the death of Shenmue or something, or like the post-mortem?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not the best place to announce a new game.
Yeah, and he like, all it was him like, oh, you know, like I went to China and like saw this, took these photos, like the monks in this temple are like this, and blah blah blah. And my comment at the end of it was, I just watched a middle-aged Japanese man for 90 minutes show me his holiday photos.
That's very accurate. Yes, pretty much.
Like, and everyone got angry, like, how dare you disrespect him?
Our Lord and Savior, Yu Suzuki. It's fine.
I was like, sorry, but that's not kind of what I went in for.
Right. Oh, that's hilarious. So, who else we got on stream? Oh, BB Retro, Brian, what's going on? So yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that time was interesting because once again, it was the Dreamcast games, and they were coming to Xbox. There was a decent amount of information, and then, then all of a sudden it sort of just, stopped. You know, there was just no more information, or, every once in a while you'd hear on a site, oh, is Shenmue 3 going to come out finally? And, there were stories, but, nothing, after the Dreamcast and the Xbox port, it was well, what do we do now? There wasn't anything else to do. And so by that point, I kept wondering, okay, so how am I going to find out more information? Because it was still, random internet posts. And I'm like, okay, I got to see where can I go to find more information about this. And then that's what eventually led me to looking for the fan community stuff online. And of course, where you and I, at some point, eventually started talking, which was the Shenmue Dojo website.
Yeah, I rolled credits on Shenmue 2,
Mm-hmm.
and as the credits were rolling, TV was in one corner of the room, and the PC desktop was in the other.
Mm-hmm.
So while the credits were rolling, I just went over and I googled Shenmue 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way it ends as well, I was like, okay,
Right.
what's happening here? I was like, we got to see where this goes.
Yeah, surely there's more.
Yeah, and it's weird, but
I'll try again.
it wasn't like the day after Shenmue 2 came out,
I guess not.
anyone said, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a slow realization, and even slower for some times. For some people. There's some people that legit thought it was always just out of arm's reach.
Right.
Some of us who thought it was dead. But when I Googled it, and they were like, oh, it seemed to be the news was, it's coming to Xbox. It's
Mm-hmm.
coming.
Right. Just hang tight. It's coming. Yeah, exactly.
And I think Shenmue Online was announced by then as well. I kind of missed the announcement of Shenmue Online. I just knew, by the time I was aware of its existence,
Mm-hmm.
it was a thing that was being made.
Yeah, exactly. So I would have to look up the year, but I thought it was 05, 04, 05 maybe? Or maybe it was sooner than that. But yeah, it wasn't super, super long after 2, I don't think, at least.
Well, I think 2 came out on Xbox in 2003.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So I was and I'm pretty sure Shenmue Online at that point when I googled Shenmue 3 was announced and that. And I looked at it and I was like, meh. That's my opinion of it. But I was more interested in Shenmue 3. But yeah, we were at that point we were still pretty sure.
Let me try.
It was happening.
Well then, take a stand.
Right. Yeah, it was just this game, this Sega staple franchise by that point was surely they're going to continue it. They can't just leave it on that cliffhanger. Yeah, and so if you're asking about Shenmue 1 and 2 remaster, so we will be talking then just a little bit. It's what I'm playing right now, but we're right now kind of going in the chronology a little bit. But in general, it's okay, but I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But yeah, exactly. So by that point, I think it was 03 or 04 or something like that. I actually joined the Shenmue Dojo website, and then I know even before that it was on a different website, and I don't think I was there that early per se, but that's when I joined and started posting with like-minded people, I'll call it, for the Shenmue community to just see more about it. And that's where, of course, there was all the mods for the games and the fan theories and art, fan art and stupid conversations about other stuff. And if I remember correctly, you said you joined another year or so after that, maybe something like that.
Well, my join date always says 2006.
I want to try.
Mm-hmm.
Well then,
I don't think I started posting regularly until 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Because
okay, how many times?
I remember googling Shenmue 3, and I probably lurked here and there for a bit.
Right.
I weren't on every day lurking, but I'd occasionally go on see if there's any news. Wander into the junk forum and immediately regret that.
Yeah, there was...
That was a lot for a young Riku to see.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there were some very questionable things on that forum. I'll give you that one. But yeah, it was fun just because it was a place where, like, I mean, I know we talked about this before, but, like, it was in the age of pre-social media, basically pre-YouTube, and that's when I think forums in general were at their height because it was, like, a community to go to for a particular subject, whether it was gaming or, fucking auto parts, whatever forum you wanted. There usually existed one, and I mean, they still do today, I guess, but they certainly aren't as popular, as like Twitter or, Reddit or whatever. So, it was fun to go to that forum because it was just a bunch of people, chatting about whatever, and obviously about Shenmue, but then there were other topics as well that we could dick around about, which was fun.
See, by the time I was posting there regularly, it was not about Shenmue, it was just other stuff like games, general discussion, things like that, and it was a fun forum because everyone knew each other and knew what games each other liked and had a personality to them. Whereas, like, you see forums like Reset Era, where there's 50,000 posts on every topic, all by different people.
Right.
And that it's not a conversation at that point. That's just everyone posting opinions and.
It's just a shouting match.
Yeah. That's it. Like there's no back and forth. There's no community there because there's too many people. I think like a forum to have like a bit of a community feel, it needs to have like between a very specific number of members.
Yeah, exactly, and and that's the thing to clarify too. It's not that having more people in a particular community is bad, but to your point, it does reach kind of like a saturation point where it just becomes like it's just random people, so it becomes hard to hold a conversation. So yeah, I totally understand what you mean. But yeah, at first, I was kind of lurking for a little while, and then I eventually started posting. And then there was definitely a number of years where I'll call the drought years where like nothing was being announced. I mean, online kind of was, and then they did Shenmue Guy, which was that mobile game, which I don't even know if that actually ever was like released or if that was. I mean, I know it was just a Japan thing, but I don't know if it actually even made it to like working. To be honest,
I'm pretty sure people on the dojo played it. Like they set up Japanese accounts and VPNs or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But so I mean, of course, it was just an experiment a little bit for Yu Suzuki to try and do something. It sounds like, which whatever, it's all good. And then go ahead.
He also just hadn't done anything.
Well, that too.
Well, I have always said that I would just be so fascinated to know what he did between 9 to 5. Between the years of like 2002 and 2010.
He's an idea man, I thought you said.
Yeah, but there's only so much you can sit at your desk and be like, oh, wouldn't it be great if we did this game? And they're like, yes, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone's paying his wage. Someone's like keeping his lights on at his house. Like, what is that man doing? Because also as well, he just seems to disappear.
Right.
Like, I remember, was it that website Kikizone? Interviewed him in like 2006, 2007 when Shenmue Online was a thing.
Right.
And it seemed depressing at the time. It just seemed like there was this man who, because of this game he made that didn't sell great, was just desperate to get back some of his recognition and be a name again.
Yeah, exactly.
And then after that interview, he like disappeared again for years.
Yeah, I don't know if he because I don't know at what point he stopped becoming like a Sega employee, I guess, or like I mean I don't think he is anymore, right? Like he has his own studio, but at what point he just like stopped?
Well, that's it. I don't think anyone really knows what happened because do you remember Digital Rec?
I don't know if I do.
So after Shenmue 2 and like I think before Shenmue Online, there was this I remember on like the Shenmue Dojo and things like that, he set up a company called Digital Rex.
Are you sorry? Are you saying
And-
Digital Erect?
No, Rex, like a T-Rex.
Oh, Rex. Okay, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and no one knew what it was because, yet again, it was early internet days. There
Right.
wasn't a lot of information out. All we knew was that Yu Suzuki had started a company called Digital Rex.
Yeah.
And then, like, he gave an interview a few years later, and he seemed to be back at Sega.
Mm-hmm. God, I don't even know if I remember that. But yeah, that does sound like familiar though. Like there were some years of him going like back and forth.
Yeah, and then there was some guy who worked for Sega of America who was like, oh yeah, Yu Suzuki retired. And then Sega came out and was like, no, he hasn't.
He's still alive.
Yeah, he's still at the company.
It's just
And then, but he just seems to especially as game makers become more like celebrities.
uh-huh.
He was just nowhere to be seen.
Right. Yeah, it is weird because I'm trying to think if there was other interviews he gave. Like he didn't really show up at like E3 or anything like that. But I'm sure every once in a while people reached out to him, and like even when Shenmue 3 was eventually announced, which we'll get to in a little bit, like people he always said that like people always came up to him and say like when's Shenmue 3 coming out, and then like. But like he must have been somewhere for people to ask him that, so like I don't know where he was.
What?
Yeah, like there was always like rumors that he was about or gonna do something, but there was nothing concrete.
Yeah, exactly. Just right. More rumors, and then that's what, of course, led. And so coming back to the Shenmue like community, or like the Shenmue Dojo forums, I think that's also what led it to be such a funny place. Or not funny, but like just a fun place, is people kept speculating of like, all right, if Shenmue 3 was going to happen, like what would that look like? And then eventually, after a little while, they found the area at the end of the Shenmue 2 discs for the village that Shenmue 3 eventually takes place in, and then people started speculating, and then obviously it just exploded from there to every fan theory in existence, down to like what jacket do you think Ryu's gonna wear in the next game, or like how many capsule toys in this one, and just like the stupidest fan theories, which cracked me up.
I always remember that Landy is in the cave.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Like I was like, what do you think he's doing? Just like hiding behind a boulder and he's like, oh,
Just in the
thanks, come
bushes.
out.
Yeah, exactly. But that once again, that led to just like once again the community could like joke about that stuff and like not take itself too seriously, and then obviously that once the Shenmue news eventually like truly died, then that community kind of stayed around to talk about just other dumb crap like other games and movies and just sharing dumb stuff, and that's what still made it fun.
I think the people who stuck around, if you look, like we're still in contact with like 30 odd people.
Right.
When recently when Shenmue 3 came out, and I was like, should try and get like everyone back together because Shenmue 3 coming out is a big thing.
Right.
I found about 50 names and of people I was trying to like track down or email and things like that, and it never felt to me like our community was that big.
Yeah.
Which kind of shocked me that it was that many people. But I don't think any of them. Well, I shouldn't say any of them. I don't think the majority of them would even say Shenmue's their favorite game.
Sure.
They really like it. They appreciate it. They know what its limits are. They kind of had moved on at some point.
Yeah.
They weren't obsessed with it
Yeah.
to the extent that some people are.
Right.
And I think that was it. So then when Shenmue 3 looked like it wasn't going to happen, everyone didn't take it as a personal insult.
Yeah.
They kind of like joked about it, or it became a meme.
Right.
When other people who did get upset about it voiced that they were upset about it, everyone had fun with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
For me, I really enjoy it. I would just never say it was like my favorite. I don't think I'd even put it in my top 10. I really, really enjoy it. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a fair statement. It's like I struggle with it a little bit because, like I said, I've probably beaten Shenmue 1, and I guess maybe to a slightly lesser extent Shenmue 2 more than any other game in my life. Like, I like, no joke, throughout my whole life, I've probably beaten Shenmue 1 10 times, like, honestly. And Shenmue 2, probably 4 or 5, I imagine, just because it is a little bit longer, I guess. But I struggle to keep reevaluating it, like, do I like these games? Like, it's weird. Like, yes, I like them. Is it my favorite game? I don't know. Like, I want to say Shenmue 1 is, but I think it definitely is more... Coming back to, like, why the game is meaningful, it's more an issue... Or, not an issue, more a thing of, like, it means a lot to me, but maybe it's not my favorite game. And not that it really matters, it's just semantics at that point, but, like, it definitely holds an important place in my history, I guess.
Yeah, I think some people put a lot of stock in, like, favorite, best.
Right.
When my favorite game is Final Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you Final Fantasies that are better than that, and that I would recommend that you play
Right.
as your first Final Fantasy. But it's what that game meant to me at the time, how I feel when I go back to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, I'm under no illusions. It's not the best game ever. Like, there's certain things it did amazing at the time that maybe just haven't aged as well. You know, it's a weird game in certain aspects, but when I play it, I feel nostalgic.
Right.
I want to try it.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I think if you remember from a couple months ago, I was mentioning I played So when the Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, I wanted to play it, and I eventually did play it for the PS4, which was awesome, but before playing it, I wanted to play the original because I had never played Final Fantasy VII and up until before the remake came out, and so I got the Switch port, and I basically played it with, like, cheats on because I just wanted to experience the story, to be honest, and then kind of, you know, I didn't want to, like, completely not play it, but, like, I know you have to grind, and those types of games just drive me nuts where you have to grind. And so I played it, like I said, with, like, the God mode cheats on, basically. But and the thing is, even with that stuff on, I still enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. Like, it was a great game. But to your point, like, I didn't grow up with it. It doesn't have that meaning to me. So I'll never say it's, like, a top 10 or 20 game to me. But, like, I can understand why, obviously, people would say that.
Yeah, like, I think, like, the way some people describe Shenmue is, like, what Final Fantasy VII was to me. You know, it was the first game that I played that really had, like, a story and felt, like, more mature and things like that. So, I get it, but I think sometimes people need to realise that it's not the end of the world if other people don't appreciate it. And it's okay to see faults in things.
Yes, exactly. And that, and we'll definitely get into that in just a minute when we start talking about the masterpiece that is Shenmue 3, so where we can describe people's feelings on that, for sure. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. I keep forgetting the chat's on. So, they lost Yu Suzuki with the hard drive that had the source code for Panzer Dragoon. Yeah, probably threw him in a corner somewhere for a while.
I seriously want to know who was paying that man's bills. I seriously want to know what he was doing all that time. Because you look at photos of him now, and he's in, like, a tiny office.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about, oh, he had a Ferrari. That was given to him, okay? He did not buy that out.
Right.
He is also he is a game creator of the 80s. He is not getting royalties.
Right.
Everything he made is owned by Sega. He got paid then. He's not getting paid now.
Exactly.
Who is paying this man's bills?
He's probably a drug dealer now. He's like a coke mule.
For the sailors.
Yeah, clearly. He's working for Charlie, or Terry.
The worst gangs in the world are in Shenmue.
Exactly.
It's like what old people, and I guess it is at the end of the day. It's like what old people think teenagers were like in the '60s on their motorbike.
Right, exactly. Just fucking, like, they're turning into greasers like Goro and just beating people up. It's great.
Like, at the end of the day, I know gangs are more like, they do drugs, like, sell drugs so they can make money and, like, give it... I think his idea is he thinks people just hang out in LA, and that's their job.
Right. Sounds like a great job. I'll do that.
I know someone just pays your bills, that's not how it works for everyone.
Yeah. Well, and I guess yeah, South also has a good point of like didn't want to fire him because like, so in Japan there's definitely the thing of like important, like not like saving face and like being respectful for like hierarchy and your elders and stuff like that. And even if he wasn't like the Shigeru Miyamoto of Sega, he was definitely well respected. So they probably put him on a quote unquote special assignment so they didn't have to fire him, but they like put him in a corner doing God knows what.
It like because he's talked before about like he had ideas and like they never got taken off, or he did that touchscreen game, Dizzy Fi or something like that, whatever that was called.
Yeah.
So he was obviously tinkering away on stuff.
Right.
I don't think he was like quite turning up, throwing his suitcase on the desk and like literally swung the chair around and looked out the window for 8 hours a day.
Right. Look, guys, I got this great idea. You gotta listen to me.
He's there with like a tape recorder.
Oh God, I would love to see that.
I just want to know what he was doing. I'd love like a timeline of everything he worked on, how long for, things like that.
Yeah, exactly. I need to see his credits somewhere. Like, I don't know if he like executive produced or something during that time or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, I've looked at that stuff, but I want to see the stuff that was cancelled as well.
Yeah.
The stuff that he worked on for like 6 months that then they turned around and said, yeah, we're not going into full production on it.
Right. That's good. Maybe as a LinkedIn. Yeah. Let me send Yu Suzuki a LinkedIn request and see if he'll accept.
You'll just get a message back that says they fund Shenmue 4? Question mark.
All right. Look, this is the real reason why I wanted to PM you. All right.
I need $40 million.
Just wire it to my Swiss bank account. I swear.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's so want to kind of wrap up the drought years a little bit before the Shenmue 3 announcement. That's where obviously once again you had the speculation. So to bring it back, you did have Shenmue 0. I think that came out from the fan-made games at some point. Who knows when.
I saw like 4 screenshots of that. That was about the most I ever saw of that.
Yeah, I don't think I ever booted it up, and I was like, all right, well, cool. I'm glad someone did it for the fun. But yeah, I think
if you want someone to tell you the truth about something and exactly what he feels like and not butter it, there is a dojo member named Mittens who is not afraid to tell you what he thinks, and he doesn't care about your feelings, and he just outright said the game was shit. Shenmue 0. And I think he even said it to the person who made it.
That's one way to get feedback. Fucking love it. It's so funny.
He will tell you your baby is ugly.
Yeah, sometimes people need to hear it, man. Truth hurts, but sometimes you need it. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, so like during those years, obviously, I think there were other obviously Shenmue communities as well, but I think the Shenmue Dojo is where we kind of stuck to for the most part. But eventually, I will say I not grew out of it is the right word, but just stopped going as much. And I occasionally still posted here and there, but then eventually, I just didn't really go there all that often anymore. But then that brings us to 2015 with the Shenmue 3 announcement. So I remember exactly where I was, especially because by that point I actually started, I was dating someone, and I think around that time, no, she wasn't my fiance yet, but I mean, we were dating. And she knew, like, I'd spoken about Shenmue before, but it's not something I, brought up in normal conversation by any means. But she would have been, like, she saw it on my shelf, before.
Did you talk about on the first date?
Yeah, all right. All right, look, baby, like, I gotta tell you about this game.
What do you know about the 4 weeks?
Look, do you know any sailors, actually, around here? But, like, eventually, I told her about it, and she was like, all right, cool, sounds like a good game, but I'll probably never want to watch you play it. And I was like, yeah, I get it, whatever. Like, I'm not personally attacked by that fact, no worries. But then during the Shenmue 3, like, I remember there was a little bit of hype leading up to the Shenmue 3 announcement because Yu Suzuki was apparently going to E3, and there was some kind of, I thought there was some rumor that had leaked that he was going to be there, but
he tweeted a photo of a forklift.
That's what it was. Yeah, exactly. Right. And he was like, oh, it's a coincidence that this would be here of all days or something like that. And so it was funny because the reason why I distinctly remember that time is because that was at a point where I was in between jobs, so I was unemployed for a couple months, and during that, it's just because my previous job had ended, and then I already knew what I was going to do next, but I had a little bit of time off. But I was technically unemployed though, and you know, when you're unemployed, not exactly the time to be spending a lot of money for a while just so you can save. But then I was watching E3, and all of a sudden, and I think maybe you even said it at one point, like, there was other games that started getting announced, like, you know, the Final Fantasy remake, and then maybe there was something else, and people thought that was Shenmue. And then obviously the Shenmue 3 music started coming on, or however it happened, and like my wife was next to me when I was watching it, and I don't know if I screamed or like just like shit my pants or like what. I swear to God, I didn't know what sound I made when I saw that was happening, and because it was so many years after Shenmue 2 and waiting, and like I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, this can't be happening.
To be honest, I had given up at that point.
Right.
I knew there was posters on the Shenmue Dojo who were always like, oh, it makes sense, it'll sell millions of copies, Sega are idiots for not making it. And I was always just of that. I don't know when I gave up, it was probably after that Shenmue City failed. I was just like, this isn't happening, it's been too long.
Right.
You know, I don't even know what a Shenmue game would be nowadays, because gaming has changed so much.
Well, and to your point, you said like that post-mortem conversation had happened, and so it was like, well, that must be the nail in the coffin. It's literally called post-mortem.
Yeah, I just had given up completely, and I always watch E3 anyway, so like,
right.
I didn't watch it because I was like, Shenmue 3 is happening. I just was watching it, and it happened, and I was like, wow. I also just didn't think. I remember one guy I was posting back and forth with on the dojo. I was like, a Kickstarter would not work.
Right.
And I was like, I think it was Double Fine had done it for that Broken Age game.
Yeah, something like that.
And they raised something like $4 or $5 million. And I was just like, Double Fine are a bigger name now than Yu Suzuki. And if they can only raise $4 to $5 million, you're not going to get the Shenmue 3 you think you're going to get
exactly
on that kind of money. Like, not enough people know about Kickstarter, things like that. Which, you know, glad to say I was wrong.
Well, to your point, Kickstarter at that point was definitely still relatively new. Like, not a whole lot of people were using it. So the whole idea of just that, like, crowdfunding was still kind of in its infancy. But to your point, like, Shenmue had been out of the public eye for so long that really those dedicated fan communities were the only ones who gave a shit. So it's like, well, how many of us are there really? If we all even gave like $100 or something, would that really be enough? But then I think, like, what record did it smash? Like the first to 1 million in like 24 hours or something like that.
I think it got it. I think its original goal was 2 million. I think it did that in 24 hours.
Something like that. So it broke some records from that perspective, and it obviously raised like $6.5 million or whatever it was by the end of it. But like, just the reactions from people, and that's where like a lot of memes came out of people like losing their shit, and like reaction videos, and like people fucking crying, like, you know, their firstborn son like just like came into life or something. Like, it was ridiculous.
I think the adrenaline for me was still pumping at the Final Fantasy VII remake announcement.
Right.
So I was all over the place as it was, like, mentally. I was just like, because I didn't think that would ever be a thing either.
Yeah, exactly. There was definitely the realm, and I think I even mentioned this to you the other day, is like over those few years, like subsequently, that's really when the whole craze of like, oh, just reboot the thing from the 90s and 2000s again, like that, people will love that, with not just with games, but with like TV shows and stuff, and so like there was just a whole lot of that. I felt like that kept happening.
Yeah, I just still, like, the things that were getting rebooted though were things like Star Wars.
Is it far from here?
Shenmue was never Star Wars.
Right.
A faraway
You know,
country to the east.
it was always a niche thing. Like, I know, like, it's got own anecdotal evidence, it's not always the best.
What kind of
Right.
I didn't know anyone who had ever played it.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas I could always, for the most part, if something was coming back, you know one or two people. Like when Twin Peaks got announced it was coming back,
Right.
there were people I could talk to about it.
Well, yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, I mean, some of my best friends are ones who had the Dreamcast and they played, you know, like Jet Set Radio and Space Channel 5 and all the, you know, Crazy Taxi, all the classics. But then I was like, oh, yeah, you've obviously played Shenmue, right? And they're like, what the fuck is that? So, like, yeah, even if you were a Dreamcast fan, not everyone had played Shenmue. So, like, the audience, in my mind, was pretty narrow.
Well, my thing as well was, like, the only people I knew who played it were two of my brothers.
Right.
And neither of them really play games anymore. One of them doesn't even have a console in his house. And the other one, like, played stuff here and there.
What's this tree?
Like, I was like, you don't realise how many people, like, what was it, Shenmue 1 sold like 1 million copies?
Probably.
Like,
Yeah.
how many of those people still play games? How many of those people beat it and cared? How many people, like, you know, it was always a very divisive game from the beginning. I was like, I just don't think they're ever going to look at the numbers here and see it as worth it.
Yeah, and that's why even after, during those kind of drought years, people were saying, after they definitely gave up hope, you know, just release it as a manga or do the anime or whatever, just at least finish the story, because there obviously are those passionate people who just want to see the story. But of course, Yu Suzuki was like, no, like, it's got to be a game and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy though when it finally got announced. Like I said, even though I don't necessarily regret this per se, but when I was unemployed, like I said, I still funded it or you know, donated to it. But I couldn't help myself. I'm like, I have to. But like, I also know for you weren't a fan of like Kickstarter stuff, and like, I don't blame you whatsoever. Like, there's been lots of Kickstarter stuff that has failed, and like, people don't deliver on their promises. So like, I get it for people who don't want to do that either.
Yeah, for me it's more, I read and seen things about where people have legit run away with the money or just said, yeah, it's not happening.
Right.
And Kickstarter are like, well, you know, terms and conditions, it says fuck you.
Right. Yeah, it's fine print right there.
Yeah, like, and I'm like, I don't like that. Because if I order something off Amazon and it doesn't arrive at my house, I get my money back.
Right.
So I was like, I said, like, if they do a PayPal, anything like that, I will donate to it. But I won't donate to the Kickstarter because I don't like Kickstarter's business practices.
Right.
And a lot of people got upset and angry with me.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we'll talk about in a minute, that community just got more and more upset at everything as time went on. But, yeah, no, I totally get it. Like, yeah, I totally understand. And that's why even to this day, I have funded some Kickstarters, but it's usually for things where they're actively already showing a prototype of something, or they're like, they've done this before and that they just need help with something new. Like, I've funded like books before. Like, some of the stuff I've gotten actually this year that I'm glad I did because they're really cool are the Sega Arcade Pop-Up History book, which is like a pop-up book of like all of Yu Suzuki's games basically. Which was really cool, and then there's a Sega Dreamcast like history book basically, which is really cool too. So there's been a couple things that I funded that fortunately have turned out well. But like, if there's just this, you know, random one-off Kickstarter from some dude in Alabama saying he's gonna make something, then I'm like, yeah, man, maybe not.
Well, it's just weird that I could go on Kickstarter and be like, oh, I'm going to make the cure for cancer, give me $1 million.
All right, cool.
You know?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be some kind of insurance policy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised there haven't been like more lawsuits with Kickstarter.
What you gotta realize though is like at the end of the day, Kickstarter are like a massive business,
Right.
and all you need at the end of the day, most of the time, is more lawyers than the other guy to win. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily about who's in the right.
Right.
It's normally about more who can afford the lawsuit.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
If more people cared and more people have got screwed over the years, I'm sure something would happen.
Right. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes with more Kickstarters coming out. But yeah,
By the way, donate the Kennys.
Yeah, seriously, I just put the link to his. I actually did. His comic should be coming in the mail next month, which I'm looking forward to. But like, that's another example, though. At least like, I know who that person is, relatively speaking, and like, he's done other stuff before, so I'm more inclined to help him out. But I totally get it either way.
And if he doesn't deliver, we'll beat him up.
Yeah, exactly. We know where he relatively is. We'll find him on the internet. But yeah, so as far as the Kickstarter campaign goes, I think it obviously was a success right from the get-go in terms of like the funding. But like, I think then it became very... I'm trying to remember at what point this started happening. If this was actually during the initial campaign or maybe shortly after when they started doing interviews. But it became apparent that like the company that was managing it were like a bunch of idiots, basically.
So it was during the campaign, because this was... I never liked Shenmue fans. I'm just gonna say that outright. I've always said it. Shenmue fans are weird.
Yes, they are.
And the reason I liked Shenmue Dojo all those years was because most of the people weren't what I would consider Shenmue fans.
Right.
I said from the beginning, I was like, what are they doing? Like, this is being advertised so badly. Like, he was giving interviews at E3 where they were like, why are you promoting this on Sony's stage for fundraising? And he didn't know how to answer.
Yeah.
Now, that has got to be the first thing you, like, practice
Right.
prepping for an interview. That I know that's going to be the first question that people start asking is, why aren't you funding this yourself? Why are you going to Kickstarter?
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly, why are you announcing it on this billion-dollar company's stake?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You've got to be prepared for those questions, and they just weren't.
Right.
He did like 2 interviews and disappeared.
Yeah, exactly.
From E3. And I was like, he should be giving interviews to every website, every paper that's there, You've got to advertise the fact you're doing a Kickstarter. You've got to think, for these 30 days, I've got to just be out there, like, shaking my ass for some money.
Yeah, I mean if
he didn't.
Right, I mean you're trying to raise a shit ton of money, like, I mean, even if that's not his comfort zone, like, you kind of have to.
Yeah, and like, also the Kickstarter page was awful.
Oh, it was dog
They
shit.
were like, yeah, it was like, oh, if you give us this much money, we'll do the perspective system, and everyone went, what's that? Like, can you tell us what it is?
Nah,
Like, what is it? And then, like, I remember he gave, like, one interview within, like, the first 24 hours, and it was to, like, some French YouTube channel,
Right.
which no one understood, and then most of it was talking about Outrun or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just like, what is going on here?
Yeah, it was a very disjointed kind of approach.
And they were obviously looking at our community for ideas, which is
Questionable. Yeah.
because I actually threw out a few ideas, which they did.
Mm-hmm.
I said I kept banging on. They need to do a Reddit AMA. Because people needed questions answered.
Yeah.
Like, what is this? What is that? Tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And I was the one who was like, they need like better rewards. Make people capsule toys in the game. They eventually did that.
Mm-hmm.
The issue then became that people got angry that I was saying everything wasn't perfect and started like deleting my posts, telling me to stop posting. It was just like, be happy it's being made. And it's like, I want it to be made well.
Be careful.
Right.
I want it to be made well. And credit to them, they were listening somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
But then when people were refusing to let there be any kind of feedback, they couldn't learn. I am still adamant that Kickstarter, if handled well, could have earned about double what it did.
Yeah, if they really took a better approach. I mean, like, they had the biggest video game stage in the world to introduce it, to kickstart it. But then after that, it was just like, well, yeah, very weird.
Like, why wasn't Yu Suzuki on Twitch playing Shenmue 1 and 2 every night?
Yeah, exactly. Like answering questions with like a translator or something like that. Like, yeah, they are a lot of missed opportunities for sure there. And then
they did one interview on Twitch where the guy looked at the questions and went, "Oh my god, there's a lot of questions. Let's end the stream now."
Well, there was that. I don't know. Was that the same dude who like, whether I think it was as the campaign was getting closer, or maybe even after it, he was the really awkward dude who like couldn't even like ask questions properly. He was like super weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The like red shirt guy.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Yeah. And I am adamant, and I remember people were like, "What do you know about marketing?" I'm like, "I only do it 9 to 5."
So it's only my job.
and I do it for a much bigger company.
Exactly.
And everyone was like, "Well, shut up." You know, it's like, I was like, you have got to sell people. You've not got to convince the people that are already convinced.
Right.
Are you okay?
Well,
They're the last people you've got to talk to. The people that see the title Shenmue 3 and they go, "Oh, give him that money." They're not the people you need to convince. They're not the people you need to do interviews for.
Right, and that's the biggest disconnect I felt like over the years, as we start talking to about the community in just a second, is like, it seemed like they never knew, or like a lot of the hardcore fans could never like come to a consensus on like what it needed to be, because on one hand they're like, we need to do everything to make this game bigger and better and get all this money, but then as soon as you start saying, well, here's how you can do that, a lot of them went, oh no, we need to keep this to the small community, just be happy. Like it was like, you can't have it both ways. Like, that's not how this is going to work.
Yeah, and you know what, you don't even need to change the game that much, you just need to sell it.
Are you
Like,
alright?
bad games sell well because they're marketed well.
Right.
Like, bad products sell well because they're marketed well. You know, like, everyone always complains, like, you can't, about products that are more popular than others that are worse, but that's because they're marketed well.
Right.
And I said, like, if back in 2001, 2002, if there had been ads on TV with clips of Ryo fighting, to Kung Fu fighting,
Nice. Yeah,
that
exactly.
would have sold well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think of all the big blockbusters that come out that are dog shit, like 50% Rotten Tomatoes, but they make $1 bajillion because they get marketed well.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's marketing, and you can keep it exactly how you want
God
it.
damn it.
You know, just make it look interesting for people that don't know about it.
Well, exactly. And also, we got a follower, Keto Anims. Thank you for following us, as I'm doing awful on these QTs. Yeah, and I think the biggest problem, too, is, like, it's one of those things where Shenmue 3 is out, but for people who don't know what the series is, they're obviously, the next natural question is going to be, well, what about 1 and 2? How do I get caught up on the story? And if they
How
would
that
have...
weren't lined up either, I do not know.
Yeah, like, if they would have said, like, okay, Shenmue 3 is going to be kickstarted, it's going to come out in a few years, but hey, look what we got for you coming this holiday season, Shenmue 1 and 2 HD, you can get caught up right now. I think people would have been like, damn, okay, I'm going to look into this. But no, they did it, like, what, like 3.5 years later? And it's like, people didn't give a shit anymore.
No, it should have been... How awesome would it have been if they, like, shadow dropped it?
Right. Uh-huh.
That night, they were like, Shenmue 3, here's the Kickstarter, you can play Shenmue 1 and 2, download it onto your PlayStation and your Xbox right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't see how you can't even sell that to Sega. You're
Right.
being like, look, this game, all you're going to do, I have to update the graphics, make it, like, the controls a little bit.
Let's go over this
It's
quick.
not the most expensive project, and we can guarantee it's going to be on Sony's stage.
Watch your step.
Right. Like, what better audience than right there? Like, people always get swept up, they'll get hype as fuck, and they'll download it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like basically a budget title. I mean, what was this game, like 20 or 30 bucks or however much it costs? Like, people probably are fine to pay that to try out something like this, especially with how much... I think, even if you haven't played this game, a lot of people still know of the game itself, of the first two, and then I think a lot of people would have been like, alright, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is look at trophy data to see, like, 10% of people don't get off the start screen of the game because they buy it just out of, like, hype or whatever.
Right.
You know, you would have got a load of sales there and then of people... I mean, I did it before when they were like, oh, Final Fantasy VII, the original, is coming to the PlayStation 4 right now. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow, yeah, like, and I bought it, and I didn't play it for a few months.
Yeah.
You know, like, but you're just like, oh yeah, great.
Yeah, I mean, look at my fucking Steam library. Anytime I flash it up, I have more games than I know what to do with, and I bought it because, like, it was on sale or something like that. So, yeah, I've done it before, too.
And people were obviously hyped about it, because I remember seeing people with the Kickstarter campaign, like, I never played Shenmue 1 and 2, but I kickstarted it for the hell of it, just to see what this thing is.
Right. Exactly. And South has a good comment. A large part of the Shenmue community are emotional children. Yes, I would agree. Highly.
100%.
So yeah, like either way, even given all of that crap, obviously I was still swept up in the hype of it, and like I said, I funded it, and obviously plenty of other people did. And then after that, obviously the work got started with the game, and updates came every once in a while, and then I think for a while, obviously it was basically just waiting, right? Like, you had to wait until the game came out. But then, by that point, a more, I guess I'll say, cutoff happened, so to speak, with, I think, the forum website, where, obviously, without going into names specifically, unless you want to, new owners took over, and it kind of got rebranded as a serious place for serious gamers.
Well, when the first trailer for Shenmue 3 came out, I said that got me really, really excited.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a good trailer.
Sure.
And the owner called me the C word.
Crazy?
A little ruder than
Little ruder.
Yeah, little ruder than. And it was just like, seriously, I'm like, I even like said, like, I'm not angry at it, I'm not one of these people pounding on the keyboards. I'm like, I said, look, I've watched this, I'm hyped, but I'm a Shenmue fan. I want Shenmue 4 to happen. We need to sell other people, not me. I've already paid my money for this game.
Right.
You know, that's not who this trailer should be. Well, it's for the fans. The fans have already paid for it. Why put a trailer out, or why waste your money?
Yeah, exactly. And it became like, I don't know. It just became this place where you had to start praising it no matter what, because it was like, deserved it or whatever. And it's like, now we get into the point of like into fandoms in general, I guess, of like why people love things so much. And like, for like, the example I always give is Star Trek. Like, I'm a massive Star Trek fan, but like, I'm mentally like cognizant enough to know that there are shit Star Trek shows and movies in the entire canon. But just because I dislike some of those doesn't mean I hate the entire series. And I think the second you can't constructively criticize something, that becomes the point where like you're just too not invested, but like you can't like sanely check yourself, I guess.
Well, me and you know the reason why the owners didn't want any criticism.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's because they wanted access to people.
Mm-hmm.
It's because someone wanted a job.
Right.
But they then only keep the people that agree with that line of thinking, which at the end of the day are generally more. If you like, my favourite movie is The Dark Knight.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I know it's not the best movie ever.
Right.
It's the one I enjoy watching the most.
Sure.
You could sit here and criticise this part, that part, and I'll be like, yeah, but like, I enjoy this or whatever. But I'm not going to be like, oh, I think you watch stupid stuff like The Avengers, which is made for kids.
Right.
You know, like, I think you got called a COD fanboy.
Which, like, yeah, I don't even fucking play those games, but apparently, yeah, I'm a COD fanboy, just because...
Yeah, you probably just play, like, mainstream games. And it's like that scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Danny DeVito goes through the art gallery.
Right.
But they think they are the art critic for real, not just pretending.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, and it just... it got, and once again, by that point, it's not like I was posting regularly on the dojo per se, but obviously I visited back again, and then they went through a revamp of it, and then that's kind of, like I said, that threshold of when it became, you know, we got to take this more seriously, guys. We're this community, the last bastion of hope to get this thing, like, you know, to the finish line or whatever, and it's, yeah, and then all this, like to your point earlier, we would make posts, you know, about all the dumb shit that we always talked about, but then we would post about, like, criticisms or stuff, like, in a good way, just to say, like, hey, as the community, like, hey, why don't you consider this or that, or make these kinds of improvements, and it's like, no matter what we said, it just, like, posts got removed or shit on, or we got called trolls, or all kinds of dumb shit.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that people were getting upset about it.
Right.
And I admit, like, there was stuff I didn't even necessarily believe myself, but I just more posted to wind people up.
Right.
because what happens is the nerdy kid, like, you're told, oh, he gets really upset if people call him this name.
Mm.
You call him that name.
Well, obviously.
You know, because it's funny at the end of the day.
Well, and that's the other good thing to say as well, is, like, I think by that point, or maybe a little bit sooner, that kind of I'll say the transition of, like, internet culture had kind of happened already. And by the way, Ryu,
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not dead yet. I haven't killed him. He's tripped about 800 times. I don't know why he's not dead yet.
Just like the series.
Yeah, seriously. My God. Sorry, I'm looking at the comments again. Mr. Joestar, Kiryu looking different. Yeah, this is his younger pre-days, right? This is before he went to jail for that prison sentence. But yeah, like, that was at that point the internet culture had kind of started changing a little bit, because, like, in the older forum days, we could just be idiots, but, like, people didn't take it personally. We knew that, and even if they did, it was like, oh my God, the world isn't going to end, like, we'll get over it. Like, I did stupid shit on those forums too, but, like, the next day I would talk to you or whoever, and it's like, yeah, we'll talk about the next dumb thing. Like, they just, like, people didn't take that shit seriously. But then, like I said, kind of a transition of, like, this is, you know, many years post social media introduction and all that sort of stuff, and, you know, like, people take everything personally and, like, lose their fucking minds, and it's just, yeah, it's a shift in behavior, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, we used to, one of my favourite things was also always those weird local stories you find.
Right.
And you would post those up, and everyone would joke about them. And that would be it. The replies everyone would put would be hilarious. You know, it'd be some stupid story, like a woman stabbed her husband in the neck over a pop.
As long as
You
it's
know,
just...
like, you see those stories and they're hilarious, right?
Right.
But then when I started posting those up and was getting serious replies, like, oh, well, this is quite clearly proof that the mental health funding in America
Right.
is not where it should be. And I'm just like, can we just joke about the fact it was a Pop-Tart?
Right. No.
Like, not everything needs to be a serious conversation.
Yeah, and
You know,
it's unfortunate, because, like, yeah, you just, like,
we
can't
have
have fun
serious
anymore.
Conversations as well.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it went from a community where everyone knew each other's name.
Mhm.
People got in trouble. People donated towards them. People sent people stuff to help them out. A few people met in person.
Right.
Like, I remember a username called Sailors,
Mhm.
who, when he heard that Mittens couldn't afford to go to the cinema to see the latest Batman movie, offered to buy him a ticket to go see it with him.
Right. Yeah, like...
Now, I don't know anyone that posted it. Like, towards the end, I was like, who are these people?
Yeah, exactly.
They all had Rio avatars, they all had Shenmue avatars, they had no personality. All they did was post non-stop about how amazing Shenmue was, and it was the best thing ever. And if Yu Suzuki farted, you'd be lucky to be in the room where it happened.
Well, right, like, I even look at my old Shenmue dojo post count or whatever, if I can even still go back to it anymore. But at one point, before it got, like, you know, not closed, but, you know, like, you couldn't access it anymore, I think my most frequent forum I posted in was the junk forum.
Yeah. But I think I was general gaming.
Yeah.
And
Getting pretty dark.
I mean, if you look at it now,
Soon, the moon
the
is
general
gonna
forum
hide
gets
behind
like
clouds.
5-6 posts a
It'll
week,
be difficult to find once
Mhm.
it gets dark.
which is just depressing.
Is it near here?
It is, because like,
Travelers use
and one of the things I think that us and a few others kind of kept getting, not accused of, but whatever you want to call it, is like, you know, you're the old community, and you're just upset that the new people are coming in and not tolerating your stuff or whatever, and it's like, okay, maybe we were part of that older community, but like, I'd be happy to have more people in the community. I don't give a shit about that, but it's the fact that like, no matter what
So
we,
toxic.
yeah, like it's.
Look at right here.
It's like no matter what was said, it was always just still kind of deleted or pushed out or whatever, and like, and it lost its personality and fun. And it's like, okay, well, I guess they got what they wanted. They have this new community now, but they're a bunch of like automatons that don't talk about anything outside of this little defined square box of Shenmue stuff. And it's like, all right, I guess that's what you wanted.
Well, I said to the owners, I said, I've spoke to about 30 people who said they left because of the way you won't let people talk and the way you talk to them.
Right.
And they said, you're a liar. That's not true. And then I invited them to the Discord group
Right.
that now hosts all of the people that used to post on the Shenmue Dojo.
Right.
None of which post at there anymore, might I add.
Oh, right.
It's not true. Why are no one there? That's my big thing. Point to the people that are still there. You didn't push them away.
That's a cover up.
Yeah, right? And then we invited the owner to the Discord group and we're just like, I said to him, I was like, you called me a liar. Here everyone is. And he was like, well, there's no point talking to you that I'm left.
Right. And then reported to you to Discord.
Yes, I got an email saying that I was bullying.
Oh my god, it's freaking ridiculous. South said no one cared when I was new. I cared. It was in my heart, believe me.
We're free.
I cared.
I mean, we tried to get rid of you. It didn't.
Yeah, it didn't quite work.
We've got to find
We had a
some
vote.
trouble with the
Unanimous, like 2 people.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyways, I mean, yeah, I basically stopped posting there at some point prior. Or, I mean, I guess I technically may have made another... No, I take that back. I was posting a little bit on the new forum, basically as Shenmue 3 was getting announced. But I guess before...
I really tried.
Yeah.
I made topics for just other games. I made topics in the general. No one was interested.
Yeah.
Everyone had left.
I'll go look outside.
I hadn't posted there for about a year. I went back and it just depressed me. Like, what had become of the place?
Yeah, just a shell of this dead body.
Yeah.
And so, I guess before getting into Shenmue 3 itself, I mean, I guess to mention the HD ports, which I'm playing right now, briefly. I mean, that obviously finally got eventually announced, which was great. Eventually it did, because it was these ports had been like rumored for so many years. And I know, South, you had mentioned there was a previous incarnation of that, which eventually got canceled, and we found out about that only, not too long ago, really. But then these HD ports came out, and yeah, I was excited, so that was really cool. And then it did come out, and then it seems like they kind of still dropped the ball a little bit, I guess.
I mean, I'm not the best judge a person when it comes to the HD ports because they came out the worst time possible for me.
Mhm.
They came out August 2018 when I was moving from England to America.
Mm-hmm.
So my concern, unlike certain people, was not all Shenmue.
Right,
So the fact that the game was coming out, a game that I'd already played,
right.
I wasn't like in any hurry to play it. So they were just sort of something that came out and I went back to and played again before Shenmue 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's not like completely horrible by any means, but there were a shit ton of bugs, I will say, that when it first came out. And granted, like, all games now are basically like that, where they have to like day one patches and stuff. So I'm not like completely surprised, but like for a game that is like 20 years old that they've had all this time to work on. It just seems like they kind of shit them out at the last minute, and I'm just surprised that it was like that. But eventually they did work on them, and I think for the most part they're fine. And one of the things I mentioned, since I'm playing this on computer, one of the things I did mention is I installed mods that fans have made to make and most of the mods are with the first game, but like texture remapping, or not remap, sorry, texture updating, and like audio improvements and stuff like that. So that, I mean, if you can play this on PC, I'd highly recommend doing that, if at all possible. But I mean, even if you play it on consoles, it's not that big of a deal.
Hello.
No, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No worries. So yeah, either way, like, I'm glad they finally came out and people could experience them. But then, to your point earlier, you can look at the trophy data and see that, like, a very small amount of people have actually finished these games.
Yeah, it's like, I think a lot of people popped them in, had their fight, which it's not just exclusive to Shenmue. I think a lot of HD remakes do that. They feed off nostalgia, so people buy them out of excitement and then never actually really sit down and play them.
Yeah, exactly. So, not completely shocked either, but either way, I mean, I'm glad, like with a lot of other older, HD remasters and stuff, that it is available for people rather than having to only, play it on a Dreamcast or emulator or whatever. So, I mean, I'm glad for that, I'll say.
I mean, I really don't like how games get lost. Same with, like, movies and stuff.
Right.
I think it's Thief who we talked to from the old Dojo forums.
Yeah.
He always made the point of, imagine if Jurassic Park was only available on VHS.
Right.
Like, it'd never come out on DVD, Blu-ray, you couldn't play it, like, no TV channel showed it, Netflix. Like, I like the idea that everything is available all the time to everyone.
Yeah, like, video game preservation in general, it seems to be somewhat of a relatively recent thing, just like movie preservation is, and so I think that's honestly slightly off topic, but I think that's why Nintendo pisses me off so much, is because they like shit all over the fan community so much for wanting to do nothing more than just preserve history, and they just do takedowns and lawsuits, and that's and then like Sega, they go full out with mod shit to the point where like the Mega Drive and Genesis collection allows for mods, which is great.
Yeah.
So so I don't know. Yeah, either way, but
yeah. No, I think a big shame of it was for so long that people heard about the games but couldn't play them.
Yeah.
You got to think, until 2 years ago, to play Shenmue 1, you had to own a Dreamcast, which was one of the worst selling systems.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely remarkable.
What kind of food do you usually eat, Shenmue?
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, and to South's point, a lot of people were claiming on the dojo that, like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about bugs. Like, this game is 100% perfect. Like, how dare you? And it's like, I had so many effing bugs playing through. Like, there was constant reports on, like, the Steam forums and stuff of, like, game-breaking bugs and trophies not, like, activating. So, yeah, it was ridiculous.
What I will say, I maybe had, like, a sound issue here or there. For me, it wasn't anything, like, game-breaking. It wasn't anything that was, like, awful. I think I had to replay the ending of the first one because my save data didn't, like, carry over to the second one.
Yeah.
So I had to, like, replay the last bit, but because I played it, like, 6 months after, it went, like, I was fine with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I see people always say stuff like, oh my god, it's unplayable. And you're like, why? Because the music doesn't loop? What?
Right, yeah. Yeah, that stuff is... Yeah, that stuff's whatever. I think the first week or so was pretty bad, but then after that, it's like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, if people haven't played them now, I would say play them.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, like, I mean, I guess we can get into Shenmue 3 finally, but yeah, really the moral of the story is, at a minimum, I would still recommend playing the first two. even if you've played Yakuza, because like they are different entities. Even if like Yakuza sometimes gets called like a spiritual successor to Shenmue, at least the first one sort of did, and then obviously it kind of took off into its own thing. It's still worth playing these games. Like it's just its own thing.
I also like seeing where things began,
Right.
as well, like certain game mechanics and things like that. Yes, things have done it better. Yes, certain things haven't aged well. And I don't even think you should like be watching loads of reviews about Shenmue. I think you should just give it a go.
Yeah.
Like, see what put it in. Don't read much up on it.
Mhm.
Just see how you do with it. Who knows? You might like it.
Yeah, exactly. And if not, well then just move on to the next game. It's not the end of the world.
And what nowadays? Worse, you're going to be $15 worse off.
Yeah, the shit goes on sale like constantly, so
Yeah.
it's dirt
Yeah,
cheap.
like if you can't afford the $15 to try it out, maybe you shouldn't be gaming right now.
How
Right.
dare you criticize my spending habits? Yeah, exactly. So definitely give it a shot. Okay, so eventually, let me. God, I'm trying to quit. Just stop asking me, Shad. I just want to leave. All right, you know what? I'm gonna Alt F4 out of this one.
Well, South Carmine said he got it for $4 on PC.
Yeah,
and,
seriously.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is that's a lot of sucking you had to do there.
Exactly. Oh goodness. You know what? Fuck Shenmue 3. Let's just play Tony Hawk. You want to just do that instead? Oh god. Alright. Alright, I'll load up Shenmue 3 here.
Oh, well, I would say I won't say the beginning of the downfall. The Epic Game Store.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Like,
that's I guess the thing to mention quickly is that, like, yeah, of course it was advertised, like, yep, this is coming to Steam, and obviously PS4, but then, yeah, at the last minute or however long, it was like, nope, JK, we're putting this on the Epic Store, Steam.
I never kept because I don't play games on PC, so it was a non-thing for me.
Well, here's the thing that I think why a bunch of people on PC are a bunch of crybabies is because back in the days before Steam, if you wanted to play PC games, your entire desktop was filled with nothing but icons of like playing games. You know what I mean? Like there was never an issue of like how how many icons do I have to load up a game? Like no, you just dealt with it. And ever since Steam became the main thing, it was like, oh, everything's going to be on Steam, which, like, okay, that would be great. But then you have all these other stores, kind of like all the other streaming services coming out. It's like, yeah, no shit. Everyone's going to start doing this stuff now. And so when people, like, the legitimate arguments I heard for why they don't want to do it on Steam, on Epic Games is like, well, I got this other thing that I have to load up now and all this shit. And it's like, just shut the fuck up. Like, it's like, Jesus Christ, it's just another icon like anything else. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And and the thing is, and once again, not to go on another tangent, but like, if you look into what Epic is trying to do, they're actually trying to be better than Steam in terms of how much money they give back to developers. And like, I have to commend them for that, to be honest.
Well, at one point, I was gonna like make a post like, look, guys, if you really want.
I think your audio dropped again.
Sorry, I keep cutting out.
That's okay. So what you're saying is you're going to make a post about what, sorry?
I was going to make a post saying, like, if you want Shenmue 4 to happen, the best bet is to buy it on Epic Game Store.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get more money going to the developer.
Right.
But that was at the point where I'd given up on the place.
Yeah, and Kito Anim says, why does the menu look like a Unity game? Because it basically is. Yeah, Newgrounds tier.
Honestly, like, the first 10 minutes of this game, you know how they say first impressions matter?
Right. This one obviously
Like-
made a great one on you, clearly.
Right, this is like going to shake your girlfriend's father's hand and headbutting him by mistake.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's, I guess, to get a little bit back into the pre-release of this game, a lot of people were concerned about like how the game was going to look, and then they were showing improvements, like, oh, don't worry, this is just alpha level quality, and then like it came out, and this is what it looks like, and like, okay,
Right.
like, okay, look, like, obviously, going from the Dreamcast in 2002 to this, it's gonna be different. And to be honest, I don't care that much about the graphics. Like, yeah, it's jarring at first because you, as fans of the game, you're expecting it to be like, oh, just a brief continuation. Like, yep, it's gonna look exactly the same. But like, no, like being real, of course it's not. But then you look at it, what it actually is, and it's like, yeah, it looks like a Unity game.
Well, here's what I don't get is everyone was like during all the trailers where they looked worse, like the faces and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was like, "Yeah, but it's in development. It's going to get better." Now, you and I both follow video games. What other video game has ever been advertised? Sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah. So what? Where did I leave off?
So what other game has been advertised as what?
What other game has ever been advertised as the thing you've got ends up better than the trailers?
Right, it's always the other way around.
Yeah. So why should I, when I see the awful faces and stuff in the trailers and stuff with no emotions, I'm not trained to think, oh yeah, but it'd be better.
Right, history has shown us otherwise.
Yeah, like Ubisoft get raked through the mud for every time they announce a game. It looks a lot like 2 generations worse than
Right.
when you get it.
And yeah,
So when you show me a trailer, I'm not like, oh yeah, they get better. It's not like you get a trailer for the Avengers movies without the CG.
right, exactly. And I guess South has. Yeah, I forgot to mention the fact that not only did they say 6 months before release, they were saying it was still being like in like core development, I guess. But on top of that, they delayed it at least a couple of times, if I remember correctly. So, like, the fact
3 times?
at least I think, yeah. And the fact that, like, if this is what it looks like released, what the hell were they going to release from the original date?
Well, when they announced the Kickstarter says it's coming Christmas 2017.
Right.
And the game was announced summer 2015. And I said as soon as it was announced, there was no way they were making this game in 18 months.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
That is not happening. Everyone's like, well, if anyone can do it, Yu Suzuki can do it.
No.
Like, sorry, no.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. And I might have been wrong about the Kickstarter thing, but guess who was right about that?
1 point for me.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, but even I don't know. It's so weird that like anyone would be naive to think a game of this scale and like this much hype could be done that quickly. It was bullshit.
Yeah, like even smaller games struggle.
Right, exactly. And just like 2D like indie games like take fucking like 4 years to make.
Yeah, because there's like a small team working on it. And also people had such a thing about the budget.
Right.
And I tried explaining to them, it's not like there's a desktop PC in EaseNet's offices that takes money like a vending machine, and the more money you put in, the better the graphics get.
Well, right, exactly. And as someone, like, for me, like, in my career, like, I'm in engineering, and I've dealt with project scheduling and budgets, and, like, just throwing resources and money at something isn't going to make it better. If more often than not, it just makes it worse. Like, you need...
It complicates matters.
Right, like, you need a central, like, vision, a very core idea, and a very, like, focused team. And someone... And a team that is willing to listen to criticism and feedback, but in a constructive way. Like, just shitting on someone isn't going to help either. But, like, it's clear that, especially as, like, now that we're getting into maybe discussing the gameplay a little bit more, because the first impressions obviously weren't great, but, like, you start playing it and you realize that the focus was kind of on the wrong things for what made the original so good. Like, okay, like, we obviously just started this game as I'm playing it now, and it's like, okay, I guess it's whatever, graphics look a little bit goofy, but, like, I can get over that. I've never been a person that goes like, oh, I have to have 4K, everything, like, holy shit. Like, no, I could play a 2D Minesweeper game, and if the story's good, like, great, I'm fine with that. Like, but as soon as you kind of get past this first, 20 minutes of nostalgia, you start to realize things are, like, falling apart a little bit.
On it?
Thanks, Sal. Tired of hearing the racism. Look, man, I just speak the truth.
Yeah, no, at first I was troubled by the main menu,
Well, yeah.
and then that scene we just saw where it keeps cutting weirdly,
Right. Mm-hmm.
and I was like, oh no.
Oh, no.
I was like, don't be like this the entire game. This is worse than Shenmue 1 and 2, like how it's cuts and stuff.
Right.
And I was like, don't be like this. And then I actually liked Bailu Village until it told me you're leaving Bailu Village.
Uh-huh.
Because I thought the game was ramping up. And I was like, okay, like, we're slowly getting back into things or whatever. And I got a bit of that old Shenmue feeling from it. And I was like, yeah, like, Bailu Village, it's pretty cool, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's time to leave. And I'm like, I feel like I just got here.
Right. It's very
Why am
quick.
I leaving? Like, I've been waiting to come to this village.
I've had my
for
ticket.
16, 17 years, and now you're saying, it's okay, you learned how the bridge was built, you can go now. I didn't care how the bridge was built.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about this stupid-ass bridge. Yeah.
Like, yes, a guy came along with, like, 7 people and walked over it, and everyone was very fascinated. Great.
Yeah, exactly. And I think... I think that naturally people want to see more about the story of these characters like Shenhua and Ryu. And yeah, obviously there's going to be periphery stories to kind of set the atmosphere and the universe of the greater story, but like ultimately you want to see what the hell is going on with these characters. Like that's why people care probably more than anything. And like the entire time you're in Bailu Village, you're like chopping wood and like you learn that your dad punched a tree 20 years ago or something, and it's like I just don't get it.
Well, Yu Suzuki very famously always says he doesn't play games.
Right.
And the pretentious crowd are like, oh, see, such an auteur, he doesn't play
Right.
other games. And I'm like, yet again, I think it was Thief who said, you can't be a writer if you don't read books.
Right.
Like, one of my main issues with Shenmue 3 is there are so many things that developers figured out 10 to 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like the stamina system.
Yeah.
That, I can't believe that no one was in the development office testing this game and didn't say, either this needs to deplete differently, a lot less, or we need to configure this.
It is such an annoyance in the game that I've never eaten more virtual garlic in my life to stay up to speed. Like, it's so dumb. Like, it's just dumb. And even if with games that do have stamina systems, like modern games, like this isn't a modern, like, mechanic that needed to be added into this game.
No, and it's... So, we talked about the budget. I think one of the issues is probably that the budget kept changing for this game.
Sure.
Because Yu Suzuki has said at the end that it cost 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
And at the beginning, he had 6, 7.
Yeah.
That's a big change. No matter what you're trying to make, whether you're building a game, a house, whatever, that's a big difference on what you can do.
Right.
And if you're already, I think like a game where you're in the middle of making it as well, you have to change course.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I get that's tough, and that's probably why the 20 million didn't go as far as it should. But Control, the Remedy game, cost about 20 million.
Yeah.
Uncharted 2 cost about 20 million.
Oh.
Shenmue 3 was not a low budget game.
Mm-hmm.
People use that as an argument, for why it is the way it is, and they think it's a defense, but all I hear is, it's bad because of this reason.
Sure.
Right, but you're still admitting it's not good.
Right, exactly.
Right, I don't care how much, I don't care if that's your argument. The end result is, it's still not good.
Exactly. Right, there's lots of
Right.
excuses. Mm-hmm.
I can make a chair out of wood I bought for $1, and it'll fall apart. The end result is that chair fell apart. No one cares I built it for $1 at that point.
Right,
They care that they're now on the floor.
Right, exactly, and it's like, it's such a hard thing to separate at times, because it's like, you kind of want to take into the account the journey of how something gets made, whether it's a movie or a book, you know, or a game, obviously, and like, yeah, it's good to know, but at the end of the day, it's the final product that matters. Like, that is what people are going to see and experience, especially for people who don't follow the series. And for this series, especially for those who didn't play Shenmue 1 and 2, you plop in Shenmue 3 to a modern audience, which, and coming back to the mixed messaging of the community of like, what do they want? Do they want to appease to the old fans or get more new fans by getting all these 100% Metacritic ratings? And it's like, okay, you give this to a modern fan and they're going to go, what the fuck is this? Like, this is not something that I can enjoy playing.
So, like, also with the budget as well, everyone's like, oh yeah, it was low budget. My issues with the game would have cost less if they made it the way I'm thinking.
Sure, right.
Like, why is it you can buy a fridge in a shop that you can't use? Why can you buy all this stuff in all these shops?
Mm-hmm.
Why was development time put into that? The stamina system.
Yeah.
They wasted money on making that when no one wanted it and it was a mess.
Yeah.
You know, the voice acting. No one liked the voice acting. But the Shenmue community convinced themselves that suddenly Corey Marshall was the best voice actor ever. I'm not having a go at the guy. I'm sure he's lovely.
Right.
And I know he's not the issue with the voice acting.
Yeah.
It's the direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? But they convinced themselves that Shenmue 1 and 2 was some masterpiece in voice acting, which it never was, and that's partly why it became a meme.
Right, exactly.
Right? And when they were bringing him back, I had no issue with that, because I was like, fine, like, I knew he wasn't the issue. We've heard about how it was all recorded, things like that. But then they recorded it the exact same way. Yet again, 10 to 15 years ago, people figured this out.
Well,
how you structure a conversation.
Well, not even just like that aspect, but like the literal audio quality almost was like. It comes back to like Yu Suzuki and maybe others on his team tried to capitalize on the quote-unquote charm of the original games, which once again, I think I said this earlier, my analogy is almost like with a B movie where like The Room or like anything you see in Mystery Science Theater 3000 where they're like, it wasn't intended to be funny and the director didn't want it to be, but then because of how it came out, people gravitated towards it and loved it. Whether intentional or not, it became just funny or interesting to watch. But then with Shenmue 3, it seems like it was the same situation where they became self-aware and no longer that charm doesn't exist anymore.
Well, have you ever seen any of Tommy Wiseau's stuff after The Room?
I've tried and could not bother.
Right, but it's not good because he now knows that he's a joke.
Right.
And he tries to play into that a bit.
Right.
You know, like, there's a charm to something where someone was trying really hard and it didn't quite work out, which I think's hard on Shenmue 1 and 2 because at the end of the day, I still like those games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I can't pretend that they did everything perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. There was definitely faults in the game. Like, even when I still go back and play Shenmue 1 now, like when the HD collection came out and I played Shenmue 1 again, I was like, man, I fucking love these games still, but like, holy crap, why are... Like, yeah, I was still getting pissed off at certain aspects of the game of like, man, they should have just fixed this in the HD port or something.
Yeah, I just think that sort of... I also just don't believe that it's what he was going for. That I think at the end of the day, Yu Suzuki is a man who last made a game in 2002,
Right.
and he doesn't play games, so he doesn't know what they're like now.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know what people like, what they don't like. And the end result is you get something that it feels like he pretty much made it the day after Shenmue 2.
Yeah, and I think that gets very much confused because people are like, well, like, isn't that a good thing? It's just a continuation of the Dreamcast days. And it's like, if this game actually came out then, yeah, it'd probably be great.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's 2020.
Certain things, certain things like the stamina system and stuff. I don't think even back in 2004 or 5, if it had come out then, that would have gone down well.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that, because I can't think of any other game that had a stamina system like this.
Not
Like every other one, you even look at like Yakuza and stuff, and their health meters and stuff are all in battle.
right.
And there's certain things it affects in the when you're just walking around, but just running doesn't deplete it.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I don't know. Like, I do want to be clear that, like, I think both of us and many other people have tried to like this game. Like, obviously, we wouldn't be fans of the series if we didn't want to try and like this game. And once again, coming back to my analogy of, like, Star Trek, like, I've tried to like certain aspects of that series that I'll just never like. That doesn't mean, once again, that I'll hate the rest of it. But I think, given the change in the community and this like reverence for Yu Suzuki like an infallible god, anytime then when all the stuff we're talking about now we started to try and talk about that, it was like, no, you're crazy, or you like, why are you saying that? How dare you? And it's like, it got to the point where you couldn't have a constructive argument about anything with this game because it was like, no, you're just wrong. And it's like, I don't get it. Yeah.
We talked about internet culture and how it's changed. Trolling used to be
Right.
people poking fun at people. People now just say, oh, you're trolling the moment you disagree with them.
Right.
Or you're a hater, or you've got an agenda.
Yeah.
No, like, it's just I have a different opinion to you. Guess
Yeah.
what? A lot of people do.
Right.
Watch any election, most of them are pretty 50-50. People don't agree, not everyone agrees with one side. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, that's the way the world works. And like, I just saw South say like MMO Sims had like the stamina systems. I tell you what, the Sims, the original The Sims,
Mm-hmm.
had like you had to eat and things like that. It would not surprise me if that was like one of the big games that you looked at back when Shenmue 2 came out and was like, oh, I'd like to put that in Shenmue 3, and he just kept that idea.
Right. Yeah, it's one of those things, once again, where like he probably had a team, and Yu Suzuki, once again, was this revered person, and for a lot of good reasons, for sure. It's not like he didn't earn it, but like, he probably was proposing ideas, and like, you even watched like the interviews with the team leading up to the game, or like as part of the Kickstarter. All of them kept saying like, oh, I got into the industry because of him, or I even worked with him before, and I had to go back and help him with Shenmue 3. And it's like, okay, if you're already like that, like, invested in it, do you really think you're going to say no to that person anymore? And it's like, yeah, they probably had a bunch of yes men that like just didn't challenge him on anything.
Yeah, I think he's a great idea, man. Sort of like George Lucas.
Sure.
He just needs someone to rein him in.
Exactly.
And they've spoken out. They spoke about Nagoshi said in interviews like before he made Super Monkey Ball and Yakuza,
Mm-hmm.
that he pretty much got thrown into the development of Shenmue to just make it, just get it out.
Right.
They needed someone to get in there and just get this thing out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he needs more people like that, more people who can have a more modern sensibility when it comes to video games.
Right.
People who know a bit better about how things work.
Yeah.
You should, it's silly things, like you shouldn't have to have a conversation with this guy between every time.
Right.
And I know they're like we like the immersiveness of Shenmue and stuff like that. But gaming's changed. I know like people don't like it and they scream and bury their head in the sand like an
Right.
ostrich. But I hate to break it to you, you probably would get more enjoyment out of Shenmue 3 if it had some more modern sensibilities about it.
Right, and to your
without
point,
tearing out its heart.
right, and to your point earlier, that would allow them to focus less on that stupid crap and actually focus on other things to drive the whole series forward, which I guess to talk about the story a little bit, or lack thereof, I mean, that's kind of the problem with this game is like, okay, you start off now, you're got out of the cave, and you're trying to see what's going on next, and then, like, the only other time you really get any story is basically the final hour of the game, if that. Like...
So, I've seen this argument like, oh, like, you get as much story as you do in the other games. No, you don't.
No. It's
You
horseshit.
don't. Nothing happens in this game. Nothing happens. Oh, a mirror gets thrown through a window, and that's about it. like, also as well, it's like is it Neo-san? Neo-san?
Of...
The lady?
Now-san, yeah, exactly.
Neo-san,
Mhm.
right. She's revealed as like this big reveal, right?
Right.
Guess what? If you weren't on the Shenmue forums for the last 10 years, you have no idea who that is.
Right, exactly, because it was...
Why is it-
You had to follow that lore and that, like, understanding of where this could have gone back then. So, yeah, it meant a lot to those people, but, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know who she is.
But that's a good point. Like,
Yeah, I've seen fan art of her and things like that, and like the concept art from the original game,
Right.
and things like that. But she was always this mysterious woman who we'll meet in like the future games.
Mhm.
And then we see her. But I don't know who she is still.
Sure.
I don't know anything about her. But it's sort of revealed as like, you've been waiting to see her. Yeah, I have. Can you tell me something?
Yeah, like, who is she?
Yeah, like, I don't know, it's like your delivery man turning up without any of the food. Like, you've been waiting to see me, haven't you? Yeah, where's the food?
Right. Yeah, it's... I don't know, it just seems like they... It almost seems like they... So, going back to, I guess, kind of the reception, I suppose, and this is more of a recent thing, is the one video that Super Eye Patch Wolf did, which I love that dude's channel for lots of different videos, but he did a review...
I never knew him, but I love that video.
Yeah.
He summed it up great.
Yeah, exactly. I think he summed it up perfectly towards the end, where he said that Shenmue 3 doesn't feel like a sequel to Shenmue 2, but it feels like a prequel to Shenmue 4, and which I thought was a great way of putting it, because it almost... And the other way I kind of compared it was, this seems like the ground zeros to Phantom Pain of Metal Gear Solid, where, like, it's kind of like this is almost a tech demo of bringing this game into the modern era, which I guess isn't a bad thing per se, but then it's like, okay, what are you going to do next? Like, you got to carry it forward now, and it just seems like they missed the mark from that perspective.
It becomes an issue when you're charging people $60 for it.
Well, that too, right.
Which they never did in the first place, because it was on sale for like $30 2 weeks before it came out. Because
Right.
the sales were looking so bad. But all the Shenmue fans were like, this can only be good news because nothing bad ever happens when it comes to Shenmue. It's frustrating. I look at it and it feels like Yu Suzuki. I told you earlier, like, he looked at like an arcade machine and not the game that's being played in it.
Right.
And I feel like he was like, let's build a world. Like, they don't make in modern games now, which I don't blame. And he did it, and then it felt like he had to find stuff to put in it. Like, the story feels very second thought. It feels like the world was built first. The mini games, the shops,
Right.
and then they fit the story in afterwards.
Yeah, kind of like
Which
the
there isn't much.
exactly. And yeah, it's very like a hollow shell, it seems like. Like, yeah, there's things there, but do they really matter?
Like, so I talked earlier about how like Kowloon was probably one of my favourite parts of the series, because it's just non-stop stuff's happening all the time. And it don't need to be big action scenes or things that are hard to make and stuff. Just the conversation in the room where you learn more about the mirrors.
Yeah.
That's not intense, that doesn't require a lot of gameplay. It's a lot of exposition. But it moves the story forward a lot. And that one conversation they have at the end of Shenmue 2 in Brent's Hideout moves the story forward more than the entirety of this game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, 100% right. It's like, even when you go to the next city after this, to, what's it called? Nauru, or whatever it's called. Like, I would have expected, like, okay, now we're going to keep pushing the story forward, and it's like, okay, Ren shows up for a little bit, and then, like,
Yeah, but that was just fan service at the end of the day.
Pretty much, yeah. And then, like...
I'm convinced that he wouldn't have been there if they'd made Shenmue 3 in 2004 or 2005.
Right, exactly, because he literally just, like, shows up out of nowhere, and then obviously, given, like we've mentioned, the awkward conversations, he just, like, goes up to Rio, and he's just like, oh, hey.
Well, they don't seem to be friends either, which is weird.
Right. It's like they never...
Which, by the end of Shenmue 2, like, you hate Ren at the beginning and then love him. Like, there's development there.
Yeah, it was just very weird. And South is saying, yeah, the reaction to that video was very amazing, which, yeah, people lost their shit when that video came out, saying, like, just trolling or all this stuff, and it's like, it's just another reason for people, like, not taking criticism. Just at all.
Yeah, and I really think the worst thing that happened was that Yu Suzuki and EaseNet took... Well, I said before, when they announced the Kickstarter, the worst thing they could do is listen to the fan community. That's the worst thing you can do.
Right.
A fan community is not going to give you constructive criticism.
Right.
You need to look for constructive criticism. Not constructive praise, criticism.
Yeah.
So that's how you improve. And people straight away were like, forklifts, and oh, and this and that. And then he ends up making something where he focuses it more on that pointless stuff. Like, forklifts weren't a thing that anyone was expecting or needed in Shenmue 3.
Right.
I did it once, and I was like, okay, guess that's there.
Right, well,
Like,
even in Shenmue 2, like, if I remember correctly,
there's no forklifts.
yeah, there's no forklifts. I mean, there's other stuff, but, yeah, like, it doesn't... And even when they did implement it here later in this game, it's like, you do it for, like, a minute, and it's like, okay, cool, I guess?
Yeah, I don't think Yu Suzuki understands what people really loved about Shenmue.
Right.
I think because stuff that people like meme and make fun of and things like that, I think he took that as the legitimate things they loved.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I enjoy the forklift sections in Shenmue 1.
Mm-hmm.
Call me boring, but
Yeah.
I enjoy them.
Yeah, they're fun.
But I know the majority of people that fell off and didn't like Shenmue, that was one of their main criticisms.
Mm-hmm.
The whole it's a forklift simulator.
Right. Yeah, it's...
Maybe don't bring that back.
Yeah. Yeah, to South's point, they should have just worked on a more fleshed out new job to do. And like in this game, yeah, you're like chopping some wood and doing like herb picking, I guess, which is fine. Whatever, kind of gets boring. And
Herb picking I didn't like, but like the chopping wood, like it's fine having it. I had nothing against it, but when literally every corner has a store to chop wood on.
It's like, is this really like the economy of jobs here? Is that? I mean, I guess you're in the middle of a forest, I suppose, but.
But like to the point what I made, where it feels like they made the world and then just filled it with crap, like the gambling.
Yeah.
There's gambling everywhere, and to the point where it seems like they're trying to force you to do it just to kill time. I was never big on the gambling in the Shenmue games. I did it to like make money here and there,
Mm-hmm.
but it feels like that's one of the main things they want you to do in this game.
Exactly. It's just not great. And here's also another perfect example of like, okay, I walked up on these little steps, and it played a cutscene, and that took time out, and then now I'm stepping back down, it's playing another cutscene, which is like breaking up crap even more, and it's like, maybe the first time to do that, cool. I don't need to see this cutscene every freaking time.
Right, but other games would make that an animation,
Right.
not something that cuts away.
Yeah, it's just very weird.
Yeah, like it just feels very, very like PS2,
Right.
Xbox generation.
Yeah, exactly. It's very much like, as he said, he wanted to kind of continue that feel, but like did so in a very not great way.
You can do it. If the things that I would want them to improve upon, I don't think would make Shenmue lose the feeling of Shenmue.
Right.
I still want it to be that you're like being a little, like your own detective in like a small town or a big town, and you're getting on this big adventure.
Mm-hmm.
You get in the street fights. You know, you can go gambling. You can do this. You can do that. But it's not to amp up all the stuff that was only on the side up to 11.
Right.
Like, I never trained my moves in Shenmue 1 or 2.
Yeah, same here.
I didn't really care to just press X and right in a car park for 2 hours. Just so it was slightly stronger over fights that I could beat anyway. But here, it makes you grind, and I think the main reason is just because there's nothing much else to do.
Right, and then of course the excuses came in for why that's there, of like, oh, Ryu is going through this part of the journey where he needs to train up again because he's going for the next battle, or some stupid bullshit excuse, and it's like, no, this entire game seems like a step backwards and I'm not talking in terms of game mechanics even. I'm talking just in terms of a story and like what he's able to achieve. Like he fucking like destroyed all these people in Shenmue 2 with like all these different moves.
It took down an entire organization.
Right, and
then like a guy wearing a bandana in a village like kicks his ass and is like, come back tomorrow, kid.
Right, exactly, and it's like, how is that possible? That makes no story sense whatsoever. And so, yeah, like, I just struggle, like, I don't regret that this game came out, per se. Like, I'm glad...
I do.
I don't know, it's hard, because, like, on one hand, I'm glad he could do something else, but, like, at the same time... Yeah, like, it's clear that he's lost what makes it special, and it's also, I don't know, maybe this is premature to say, but, like, it doesn't seem like he or his team are willing to accept that criticism. Like, if they announce, and we'll get into the future in just a minute, but, like, if they come out with Shenmue 4 and go, like, look, guys, we heard you, we want to make this better, then great, I can't wait for that to happen, but, like, if it's more of the same stuff, then, like, I think I'm done.
So when it was first announced, I remember reading all the issues about it, and like, I think it was Adam Boyes from Sony saying like, oh, you know, like, it's going to be a cheaper game, but like, you know, it's either this or we had to like argue at Sony to fund it for another 5 years. And I was like, I would have rather you done that. I would have rather a big corporation like Sony was overseeing it, keeping it to a tighter schedule, a tighter budget, not necessarily a smaller budget, but like tighter as in don't let it balloon so much.
Right.
And just oversee it and make sure that a quality product comes out of it. I would rather a good Shenmue 3 5 years late, and I got called names for that.
Well, right,
Back in
especially
2015 when I said that.
right. Well, especially because like we've already waited like fucking 17 years already. Like I'm not. I mean, at least I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So I'm pretty sure I could have waited for that one. But like, yeah, exactly. I'm definitely more of a quality over quickness, I guess, type of mentality as well. So yeah, if they would have just said, "Hey, we're delaying it more," I would have been like, "Yeah, that sucks, obviously." But if it's going to give us a better product, then why?
I mean, it's tough once you announce a game, because then the longer it gets delayed, it can become a joke.
Right, exactly.
I would have preferred that they didn't announce it in 2020 and we got a good game.
Right, right.
You know, that's what I would have preferred. But I mean, it's out now.
Here it is.
No taking backsies.
Yeah, and then since it's launched, I guess, obviously there... Well, so the other thing to mention there, yeah, there were some included Kickstarter benefits, like you could call the people from Shenmue 1, which had different... excuse me, different voices for the people, and it was just, like, yeah, it was cool, nice little throw-in for fans, I guess. Like, alright, that's fine.
They annoyed me, because they also were acting different to how
Right.
they acted in the first game.
Exactly.
You had characters who clearly just, like... I think it feels like Yu Suzuki never went back and played the first two
Yeah,
games,
probably not.
which he should have. Like, if I get hired on one day to make Star Wars Episode 10, you can guarantee I'm going to go watch the other 9 first before I put pen to paper.
Right, exactly.
You know, like, it's how these things work. Like you call like Goro and people like that. They just have a completely different personality to what they used to have.
Yeah, it's like they'll hide amnesia.
Like Joy as well was like, why aren't you taking me out on a date? And it's just like, she was never that.
Right.
The joke is always every woman fancies Rio.
Yeah.
She was never that forward. She was flirty and things like that. But I'm sorry, when were they planning to go on a date? Did I miss that part?
Yeah, like she practically ran him over with a motorcycle. Like,
Yeah.
like I don't think that's.
If I took every woman out that had done that to me.
Oh god. Yeah, and then obviously afterwards they released the downloadable content packs, which I got. Like I got the first one was like it was like a running game or whatever, or whatever you want to call it.
So here's something that I think is depressing and sums it up. Is my brother, as I said, is the one who first bought Shenmue.
Mm-hmm.
My brother, when I text him about video games still here and there. He plays them occasionally, like he plays the Final Fantasy VII remake and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to me, "Should I get Shenmue 3 once I beat it?"
Mm-hmm.
And I said no.
Mm-hmm.
Because my brother is terminal
Yeah.
with cancer. He hasn't got long left.
Sure.
I didn't want him to waste his time.
Yeah.
And I think that says a lot when people call me a hater of the game, say I want it to fail. But when I'm literally saying that I don't want my brother, who hasn't got time left, to have a miserable time
Yeah.
with this game, I think that kind of sums up how I feel about it, not me having an agenda.
Right. Well, and once again, I've talked to friends, some of which who over the years, like after high school, who I found that also like had the Dreamcast or even may have played the first Shenmue games and also liked them. Probably not to the amount that I did, but you know, we're at least familiar with them, and they knew for the longest time that I was hyped for Shenmue 3, like my entire like fucking adult life. And then I started playing it, and then and like they didn't back the Kickstarter or anything like that, and then they were asking like, man, like now that you played it, like obviously like it must have been great, like you've been waiting so long, like do you recommend playing this? And I flat out told them the same thing. I'm like, honestly, no, like don't play this game. Like it was, And to be honest, here's the other thing that I got shit for as well on the forums, and that's right around after I started posting, right before I stopped posting, I should say. So when I first beat the game, I posted that, like, yep, beat Shenmue 3, like, had a pretty good time. And then, obviously, the post, like, got thumbs up and stuff. But then, about a week later, I went back and was like, well, shit, I kind of want to play it again and see, now that the nostalgia has worn off, do I feel the same way? And immediately, like, I'm at, like, the point that I'm at right now on stream was when I was like, I don't think I liked this game. Because, like, I was fueled by 18 years of nostalgia and anticipation and, like, the shortcomings of what I was seeing being overshadowed by that. And so when I finally beat it and then started again, I was like, this is not good.
Well, I, as I said earlier, I really enjoyed when I was playing Bailu until it told me I was leaving Bailu. Because
Sure.
I was convinced the game was ramping up.
Right.
And then the moment I found out I wasn't, I was like, well, that sucked. And I think it was before that, there was a few things that made me feel like I was playing a Shenmue game again.
Sure.
And it was nostalgia. That's all it was. It was nostalgia. It was making
Right.
me... And I was telling myself in my head, like, oh, this is great, isn't it? I weren't actually feeling it was great.
Right, I was telling myself.
I was telling myself it was great. And then once I got to the Naiwu, and there's just gambling shops everywhere, shops with nothing in them
Right.
that you use. You're doing the same thing again, you're just looking for a gang the entire time. People say the story moves forward, it doesn't. All you do is look for a gang.
Right.
The entire time, which, yes, you do in the first game, but guess what? While you're finding the gang, you're finding out other information as well.
Right, it's like a whole world is being built in this small community, or even in Shenmue 2. Like, it's still, even though it's a big place, you're seeing how the connections are being made with the different people, and there's a history there. But, like, yeah,
well,
it just...
You're getting involved in a conflict between two gangs in Shenmue 2.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you get in the middle of this war, which ultimately you don't care about, but you have to get involved in it between these two rival gangs.
Right, and
Whereas
like...
Shenmue 3 isn't that, it's just they call themselves a gang, but I think the worst thing they do is they push a table over and yell,
Fucking...
and everyone's scared of them. Like,
Alright, lethal injection, they have to die now. How dare they? Like, yeah, and it's... And once again, just to be clear, and kind of getting into the comparisons between... you know, 1 and 2 I almost consider like one thing, basically. So between that era and this, of Shenmue 3, is like... I think with Shenmue 3, it's trying to be a more personal story and not be this, like, grand adventure per se, which is fine, like, awesome. Like, I would love to see that, but they didn't do that. It was, to your point, like a dude in a bandana flipping a table and you eating garlic every 3 seconds. And it's like, well, what is this? Like, I don't... It's... Yeah, and so, but anyways, going back to when I originally said I liked the game, and then I made a post like a week later basically saying like, hey guys, like, you know what, I don't really like this game anymore. And then of course I got called out like, oh, like, and they were like, they quoted me saying, oh, you really like this game, had a good time. And it's like, welcome to A, being a fucking adult and changing your opinions, and B, nostalgia wearing off. Like, I'm taking off the fucking goggles here and like saying with constructively, like, here's why I didn't like it. And then to your point as well, that's when I got banned not too long after for calling someone a douche or something. I don't know why I got banned. Like, I don't even remember anymore. And then after that 1 week, I got banned for a week. I came back, changed my avatar to the Heaven's Gate leader, and started praising somebody. And then I just left because I was like, this is pointless.
yeah. Here's what I'll say about what's acceptable and what's not. That website promotes people who have said that trans people are mentally ill because their video says
Right.
Shenmue 3 is great.
Yeah.
A mod said that black people in Japan are an issue,
Yep.
but he's okay because he likes Shenmue 3.
Yeah, clearly, it's fine. It's fine.
I said, someone said that they think the the face work might not be great in Shenmue 3 because they were shipping it out to a company in India who are known for doing worse work for cheaper.
Sure.
It was called racist.
Yeah.
You know, that you can't have it one way and not the other.
Right.
You know, like someone's got a concern about the quality of work coming out. Doesn't make it racist.
Right. Like, you're trying to have the conversation and especially tell the truths about it, and they're just unwilling to hear it. But South does have a good point. I can tell Shenhua about my day during the evening, so that kind of makes up for everything. I totally get it.
But also as well, like everyone always tries to say, yeah, but the game's about Ryo and Shenhua. Their relationship does not build in this game. The relationship built more in the entire walk to the village in the end of Shenmue 2.
Right.
They built more of a connection and a bond in that game than they do in the entirety of this one.
Right, like, this game, you're like... Well, I could say this...
She's there, you talk to her of an evening. You don't talk to her well, you're like, so, Ryo! Yeah? Be careful. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and...
Great character development.
Well, and it's like... And once again, I think it comes back to that video that I was mentioning earlier, but like... Or maybe he said, or I don't remember. But basically, it seems like the characters... It's like two characters are talking at each other in different directions as opposed to having a conversation. And that's the hard part, too, is like, great, Shenhua and Ryo are talking, but they're not talking with each other at all.
You ever been in a room when two people are on the phone at the same time? And they're having two different conversations?
Yeah, exactly.
They're not responding to what the other person's saying.
Right. They're just, like, physically there.
Yeah. It feels like they've gotten to just film record a load of random lines.
Yeah.
And then just threw together what they could and make it work. Like, maybe Yu Suzuki changed his mind on what he wanted that conversation to be, but rather than, like, re-record it.
Right.
They just were like, well, we got this one, we'll put that there instead.
Just copy and paste somewhere. Yeah. Or, the Cliff Martin poster where Ryu has a conversation with someone who isn't even there.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Shenmue's 1 and 2's conversations and the voice acting weren't great, but there's more of an excuse when that game was made in 2001.
Yeah, exactly. And that once again comes back to the point of, like, this isn't 2002 anymore. And even if you want that kind of game again, the fact that the community kept saying, we need to get this to be more accepted, is in complete conflict with that statement, or that sentiment, I guess. And especially with the bullshit they're doing of, like, inflating user scores on every review website, of giving it 100%, and then saying that a 68 or whatever was a complete success when every other game on Metacritic at that score are usually, like, failures.
Well, no, 69's considered mediocre.
Oh, that's what it is.
And 68's considered good, so therefore it's a good game because it got 68.
Perfect. There we go. Yeah, my sincere apologies for misrepresenting.
I mean, that's like celebrating you got through college with a D because you got out.
D's for degrees. It counts.
And in Tommy Boy, where he's happy he got through college in 8 years or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's proud he got through college.
I did it, guys.
Yeah. But the thing as well is, like, yes, the conversations were bad in the original Shenmue 1 and 2 as well, but they even got worse in this.
Yeah, I just...
the voice acting's bad in the first one, but at least it's a functional conversation.
Right, you get
for the most part.
Right, you get like, something out of it.
like I know when you're talking to like the people who own like the shops and stuff, it maybe isn't a natural back and forth. But like I said earlier, Ren's Hideout, where you learn about the mirrors,
Right.
that's a conversation. You don't really get many of them in this. You just get characters talking to the other one. There's no back and forth.
Right.
Even at the end of the game, she's just like, Landy is upstairs. There's no, what is Landy doing here?
Yeah, why is he even here?
Yeah, what is Landy doing here? Like, oh, he's come from the mirrors. He knows I have the mirror. Like, you know, like...
It almost like, if this were to come out once again back in the day, it almost seems like Landy shouldn't have even been in this game.
No. Or it would have been something like similar to Shenmue 2.
Right, where he's like always looming in the background a little bit, but not like you don't actually confront him.
Yeah. No, I think if this game was made, it's ridiculous, but I think this would have been a better made game with inferior technology back in 2004.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which, and I know people are always like, I would love it if it had the Dreamcast graphics still, and like, yeah, that'd be cool and stuff, but like, it's not just the graphics I care about.
Yeah, it's just very disjointed, and it, like, once again, I'm trying to be as fair as I can, but to your point earlier, even with the modern graphics, to your point, that certain mechanics just didn't need to be in this game, and if they would have focused on story, I would have been happy. Like, yep, great, would have been fine.
You know what, like, I'm not a game designer. I don't know how games are made and things like that. I wouldn't even pretend to know. But if they'd sat me down 6 months before release and said, can you play this and give us your thoughts? I feel like I would have turned around and gone, well, you get rid of that, you get rid of that, you get rid of that, and I think you'll get an extra point on every review.
Yeah.
And it's not even saying add this, and then an epic fight here or something. I'm saying get rid of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff that you didn't need to put in there in the first place. We were talking once about what mods we would like to see.
Right.
And most of my mods are just remove things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'd like to see like the Sega capsule toys back and things like that. But it's not as fun collecting fire hydrants, but I know that's not realistic maybe to expect Sega's things in there, given the current situation. But get rid of the stamina system. Get rid of all the shops with all the pointless items.
Yep.
Keep the shops there. Keep the shopkeepers there. Maybe have them sell items that you can actually use or something. I don't know, but like, the game could have been a lot better with a lot less.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you want to keep that money, put it towards the story. Put it towards improving the scenes and stuff like that, the conversations.
Yeah, and even if they kept everything in the game that they did, the fact that regardless of what you can't care about the mechanics, the fact that, once again, there's just essentially no story up until the last 20 minutes maybe of the game, if that, is like, it just seems like, what's the point?
I mean, like, if me and you sat down and we had to explain the story of Shenmue to someone who's never played it, so they can play Shenmue 4. And we did bullet points. 90% of it would be Shenmue 1 and 2.
Right. I mean, I hesitate to even say if there would be a single bullet point of Shenmue 3 other than it existed.
I mean, he doesn't have the mirror.
Yeah, the mirror went out the window.
Well, no, that was the fake one.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, he gave it to the lady at the end who we don't know why we should care about her.
Right.
Yeah. Who, for some reason, decided to deceive him for like 2 weeks for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, just for fun. Why not?
Yeah, I'm just gonna wear different clothes, dye my hair, speak to this guy outside a boat, in no way point him in the direction I want him to, and just hope he ends up where I want him.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, and
master planner.
Yeah, like, once again, as far as kind of what's next, well, actually, before getting into that, as far as moving forward, I guess the other thing to mention now, really quick, as far as this game is the DLC. So yeah, like I said, they came out with DLC, and yeah, they had some running mini game. Then they had casino nights.
I didn't bother with any of them.
Like I tried it and just stopped. I was like, this is pointless. So
well,
then,
even the story one, I realised that it wasn't really like any story, just a side thing, and I was like, no, fine.
right, if there would have been post end of game stuff, like okay, great, that would have been interesting, but there really isn't any of that.
Here's the thing before we leave the Shenmue 3 section. Why did they need the second village? Or town, sorry.
To say they
Why
did
didn't
something.
they take the money they developed on that and really expand the first one?
Because they wanted to show that they can do more than one thing.
But that's it, I just feel like it was Yu Suzuki sitting there like, wouldn't it be great if there was a town?
Mm-hmm.
And it had like the night, when you go there at night, the lights come on. Yeah, it's a nice idea, you, but we're trying to make a game we can sell here. Like,
Go back to the corner of the room. Get out of here.
yeah. Here's your tape recorder. Go talk into that. Okay? Like, but what? Like, I was expecting when they announced it, like even in the years leading up to like Shenmue 3, where there was no news and we just got little pockets of information.
Right.
I thought the majority of the game, or all of it, was going to be set, at least for Shenmue 3, was going to be set in Badu Village.
Yeah, exactly.
Which also shocked me with how soon we left it.
Right.
Because it kept expanding as well. Like, you kept opening up new areas.
Yeah, and I think it seems like there could have been a lot more lore for this area that was actually important, especially like with Ryu's dad, for like why did he come to this area? Like why was it important? But then yeah, they kind of just like were like, well, see ya, on to the next place.
Well, like one of the things like in the first two games is like Ryo doesn't really know who his dad is. He finds out.
Mm-hmm.
Like he thinks he knows, and I always find that a sort of funny thing. Like I don't know if you've ever talked to like your dad's old friends who tell you stories about your dad, and you're like, what?
Yeah, what the
like,
fuck? Yeah.
Like no, like that's not my dad. Like you know, like
Right.
I was excited for stuff like that when you come across the old master is like, oh, I knew your father and stuff. I was like, oh, right, we're gonna learn more about him. He's like, you punch that tree over there, bye.
Cool.
You're like, okay, like why did he punch the tree?
Seems
Well,
interesting.
like he seems to leave this big impact on this village that and you never knew about it.
Right.
I was like looking forward to like you talk to all the old people in the village and they're like, you know, like oh you're from Japan. I knew someone from Japan once. Iowa. And you're like, whoa, that's my dad. You're his son. Like you know that would have been awesome.
Yeah, like exactly. Just more world building and lore, but just nothing. Yeah.
No, instead we get, huh?
Go chase
Okay.
these chickens.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm busy right now.
yeah. Go bring me some buns and sake, you little shit.
Which, yet again, like, that could have been awesome. The guy who won't teach you a move for days,
Right.
and he's just, but they did not do it well.
Yeah, it just became annoying.
It's just there to waste time.
Right.
You should have been given stuff to do in between. So, like in Shenmue 2, when he's after the Wooly Chu, and he's carrying the books, you still have things to do during the day.
Right.
When you're not carrying books. The story is still moving forward. There is still stuff to do.
Yeah, exactly. And
You're carrying books for a reason.
yeah, and it felt like there was definitely stretches of this game where for literal in-game days, I was either just doing nothing but chopping wood or chasing chickens or like just grinding, which this just isn't that type of game. Like it's just not. Like if you like grinding in those types of games, like either Final Fantasy or Persona or whatever, like great, those are what those games are for. But this is not that type of game, and it just annoyed the hell out of me.
Well, training was always an option. It wasn't a necessity.
Right.
Shenmue was always about giving you the option to do stuff, not forcing you to. And that's where Shenmue 3 changed.
Right.
Because they needed to pad it out. Because he built this world, and he realised he didn't have much to fill it with other than the mini games.
Right, yeah, and South was saying...
Because at the end...
Yeah, he's saying you grinded more in Shenmue 3 than most games.
Yeah, I grinded more in Shenmue 3 than I do in Persona.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, at the end of the day, he's an arcade game maker,
Mm-hmm.
and you can feel that with the mini games as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's more about those, like, quick 5-minute, if that, little game.
Right.
I don't think he thinks as much long term. What is this experience going to be like for someone who plays it for 2 or 3 hours? Not even someone who burns through the story that takes the time with it. What are they doing in those 2 to 3 hours?
Right, exactly. It's just like, in this game, it just seems like you're hopping from one thing to the next, but I'm not really sure why.
Yeah.
And so, as far as this game goes, yeah, I mean, it ended, and then you start walking up that, like, Great Wall of China or whatever, up to this castle, and then, like, it just ends. And I think my jaw dropped, to be honest. I was like, this can't be over.
Well, I'd read before I played it, like, people were saying the ending was weird. I didn't know how it ended.
Right.
But, like, I wasn't that shocked. And also at that point, the last area of the game really annoyed me, especially with that where you have to find the plates or the keys or something.
Right.
Like, why was that there? That's just a really weird part. Like, there's nothing that builds up to it. This guy's just like, I need this. And you're like, okay, well, I guess my friend's kidnapped, but I'll just, like, search through these cupboards.
Yeah, life literally hangs in the balance, but sorry, I gotta find this other shit.
Yeah. And someone told me that, or I read somewhere, sorry, that was the extra side quest that they included in the Kickstarter.
Oh, thank God.
All I'm going to say is I wish we raised $1 million less and not had that.
Yeah, less is more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, I was just confused. And it's like... I kind of think about, once again, like I mentioned already, like I've played the first 2 Shenmue games more than really any game in my life. And even after playing Shenmue 3, I can see myself in another 5 to 10 years going back and playing them again, or sooner potentially if I really wanted to, because like those games, partly yes, it's the nostalgia thing, but also just because it's just they're kind of interesting. But with Shenmue 3, I literally don't think I'll ever come back and play this game unless I'm doing something like this. Like I just see no reason to play it.
Yeah, I in the lead up to Shenmue 3, I went back and replayed Shenmue 1 and 2 with the HD remakes.
Yeah.
Remasters. And if Shenmue 4 comes out ever, I am gonna play it. Like, I know I'm gonna play it.
Right, yeah. I'm in too deep at this point. I can't just not play it.
It's this weird, like, sort of obligation thing you feel when
right.
you've been part of the community for so long. It's like, I donated $300 to Shenmue 3.
Yeah.
So when people say I've got an agenda as well, it's like, trust me, if I gave that much money to everything I hate, I'd be very bankrupt.
Right. I mean, I gave $500, and like I said, I was fucking unemployed. So like, yeah.
I wanted to like this game, okay? Like, and I didn't. And that's more than I've ever spent on a game before, and probably ever will.
Exactly. Yep.
And I didn't enjoy it. I don't think I ever will play it again. Even if Shenmue 4 comes out, as I said, I'll play it, but I'm not going to play Shenmue 3 again to prepare myself. If that, I'd watch a YouTube video maybe of the last hour or so.
Right.
Like,
yeah, there's just...
I came away from Shenmue 3 a bit depressed.
Right, I remember you were telling me that. And I mean, yeah, I'm honestly not that different.
It's that feeling of, like, we talked about earlier, like, yes, I like Shenmue 1, and I wondered if I do like that game and stuff. I play Shenmue 3 and I'm like, do I like Shenmue? I think Super Eye Patch will like sum that feeling up really well in his video.
Right.
Do I like Shenmue? And I thought about it, like, yeah, I do. I enjoy
Well, obviously.
those two games. They are games I would recommend. I posted on a Shenmue forum for 10 years. Okay, like, it's a game that I really enjoyed, but Shenmue 3, I think it's tough because so many things about it are similar to the first two games.
Right.
So, and the things that annoy you are some of the elements of
Right.
the first two.
It makes you question, like, what was your liking of it all along?
Yeah. And I do think partly it was a time and place thing.
Exactly. Yep.
And when you replay it's nostalgia. Like, I don't have many friends who actually like play video games outside of stuff like Call of Duty or FIFA or NBA 2K.
Yeah.
I don't think, even if I have friends who were really into video games, I don't think I can recommend Shenmue in 2020
Right.
as like something they have to play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you've got to play this.
Right.
Especially not Shenmue 3.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I guess the other thing I forgot to mention as well, while I'm scarfing down some garlic here,
Can we also just talk about one of the mods of it was like when someone said one of the mods of the Dojo forum said when someone complained that you have to eat a lot of garlic, they're like, well, people eat a lot of garlic.
Yeah, I'm just popping garlic like fucking Tic Tacs here.
You know what? I was wrong. Great. It's actually a great system. You're correct.
Yep.
I was wrong.
You got me. You got me in a loop.
Honestly, you know what a lot of people do as well? They go to the toilet. You know why? It's a bad game. Why doesn't Rio go to the toilet?
Why isn't he shitting himself every 5 minutes? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, I do remember that argument. It's like literally nothing is gonna win this argument with them.
No, it's I've got to defend this like my life depends on it.
Right. Yu Suzuki is literally my father. I can't let him down.
He is my Iowa.
But yeah, the other thing I guess I forgot to mention as well, and I've mentioned this on the other streams that we do for a while now, but Shenmue, I think the reason why Shenmue also means a lot to me is because it was one of the main reasons that got me to go to Japan. And like, I not only have been there multiple times over my life, and of course lived there for 6 months in Okinawa, but like, one of my trips to Japan was literally to go visit the location of Shenmue. Like, I have pictures that I've shown of Yokosuka and Dobuita and all those places, and it's like, once again, if I wasn't a fan of this game, why the fuck would I ever go there? And so, the whole argument of like, I'm not a real fan because I'm criticizing is complete horseshit. It doesn't make sense. Like, and so,
You're not a true fan.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. I'm not a level 3 tier fan. I'm only just a plebeian level 1 fan who spent money to literally travel halfway across the globe to go to where it takes place.
I mean, who hasn't done that?
I mean, honestly, yes, come on. So, like, once again, I think that's why not just 1 and 2, but 1 specifically, I think it means so much to me, is because it was that initial, drug that got me into, like, learning more about the country, and like I said, eventually going there. And nothing will ever top that. Even if Shenmue 4 comes out and it's fucking IGN 10 out of 10 masterpiece, nothing will ever top Shenmue 1 for me, from that perspective. So, like, that's why I have to, like, check myself every once in a while, but given everything we've talked about, like, Shenmue 3 just on it, as its own entity, is just not great.
Well, when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, Final Fantasy VII is my favourite game.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake, but about halfway, I was like, this is a better game than Final Fantasy VII.
Sure.
Like, the gameplay's more modern and works better, like, makes more sense. The story's expanded, not necessarily in a bad way either. I'm like, so does that make this game my favourite? Or the game I like the most?
Right.
But no, I still like the original Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, exactly.
Nostalgia plays a part.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, and once again, like, to kind of compare it to Star Trek again, and I guess you could do the same thing with Star Wars a little bit. Like, there's a particular Star Trek series that came out in the 90s called Deep Space Nine that it'll always be my favorite, and I love that one to death. But, like, the new Star Trek series and movies that have come out, like, I'll tell you, they're not my favorite, but I still enjoy watching them. And they're cool or whatever, and some of them, like I said, are less great than others. But then you have it's honestly funny the parallels where I've seen in the Star Trek fandom, where people are like nonstop shitting all over the new ones because it doesn't have it's those same keywords. It doesn't have the charm of the original. It kind of misses the mark from what the original does, and it doesn't follow the same exact plot points as the original. It's like, okay, if you want the original, just go fucking watch the original at that point. Like. Or do you never expect anything to improve ever at that point?
there's no room for context.
Right.
And that's the issue, is like, I can say I don't like certain things about a game, and people read that as I don't like the game.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And with the internet being all or nothing, either in your mind Shenmue's the best thing ever or the worst thing ever, and you can only be on one side.
Right.
You know, like, is Shenmue 3 the worst game ever? No.
Right.
But people seem to think that if you have one bad thing to say about it, that's what you're making it out to be.
Right. We have to.
Here's something that's telling as well.
Mm-hmm.
We speak with about 30 people, roughly, who used to post on the dojo forums for 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Many of them have not beat the game.
Right, exactly.
A game that they were on a forum dedicated to for 10 to 15 years. One member said he put it on, watched the opening cutscene, and turned it off. Like,
yeah, if that isn't telling.
Guess what? They've not got an agenda. They haven't. That's quite. I'd be worried for their mental well-being if they spent 15 years, made 10,000 posts, like, and their agenda was, oh, I'm going to destroy this. Like, the Shenmue community seems to think there's like some secret society
Right.
that meets and decides how they're going to attack Shenmue next.
Right, there's like a shadow organization of people, and it's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
They meet once a year at E3, unlit room, and they're like, right, how can we destroy it further this time and underachieve Yu Suzuki's achievements?
Yeah.
You know, like, well, we'll make sure we give it the low review scores. Good. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's this whole idea that the world's against them.
Mm-hmm.
So strange.
Yeah.
So strange.
Very. So, I mean, I guess before getting into the future of Shenmue, kind of as one of the last things, more recently they announced the Shenmue anime with Crunchyroll and Adult Swim, I guess.
Yeah, Crunchyroll and Adult Swim.
Yeah, and like, I'm also like a little conflicted because on one hand, like, cool, I guess.
Do you really care?
Not really.
No, that's it. I just really, like, they announced it, and I was like, wow, okay, I was not expecting it. I did not. I think after Shenmue 3, like, that's not the franchise you make a series out of.
Right.
Like, based on lessons. I could name 5 Sega properties that probably would be bigger and would have more of an audience to translate.
Right.
So it was a surprise. Was I confused? No. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said before, I love to watch anime. I'm a huge fan, and like anytime there's like tie-in stuff to things I'm already enjoying, like, that's cool. But like, I with this, I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish, because if I'm understanding correctly, it's just a retelling of the first game, I guess. I don't know if it's the first and second game. I can't remember, honestly.
I think it's first and second. But here's the thing: is like, it comes out next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to think they've been working on that probably for a year or two.
Right, exactly.
which means they were in discussions and signing contracts probably back when Shenmue 3 got announced and was the biggest Kickstarter ever.
Yeah, exactly.
This is probably something that was before the sales of Shenmue 3 came out, was already in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure everyone thought like Shenmue was back that first month.
Pretty much.
You know, and as we know, it's not really. Like it is what it is. It's not going to be set in Call of Duty numbers.
Of course.
I remember one guy on the Dojo forum saying that it was a bigger deal than Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, my ass.
And that was the blinking guy gif.
Yeah, right.
Literally what I did. Like I literally did that for real.
Right, like you gotta be shitting me here.
Yeah, like are you that deluded? Like
Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't like Call of Duty. I don't like Call of Duty, but I know it's a bigger game than Shenmue.
Yeah, of course, and it's fine. Whatever. It's a different audience.
Yeah, I just don't care. I'm gonna watch the anime. I've watched a few Studio Ghibli films and like Cowboy Bebop, which I'm not the biggest anime fan.
Yeah, and that's obviously totally fine too. Of course, not everyone is. It looks like we got a comment. Authentic Maniac. 3 truly doesn't hold up as the best. 1 and 2 enjoy more. Got to give credit to the art they put into work on 3. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, to be honest, I really don't have that much of a problem with the graphics of this game. Yeah, it looks a little weird and goofy, and like, yeah, the environments actually don't look too bad. So, yeah, I'll give you that.
Outside of like that muscle guy,
Mhm.
I think it looks like what I imagine in my head
Right.
5 years ago a modern Sega game would look like.
Right.
You know, like I was more surprised I actually got it as close as what I expected.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like South just said, it's the characters of the win. Yeah, some of them look a bit like copy and pasty, like there was an asset they reused or
Right.
found. Like, but the environments and like the skies and things like that, like that. Sega are always good with their like blue skies.
Just getting
Yeah.
closer. Yes.
But for the anime, I'm gonna watch it because it's a Shenmue thing.
It's just morbid curiosity at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also that thing of like, I don't know if I am gonna watch it because it's on TV.
Right.
Who watches TV now?
Right. Like that thing better be on a streaming service, or else it's already fucked.
But I'm not an anime fan, so I don't have Crunchyroll.
Yeah. I'm an anime fan, and I don't even have Crunchyroll because like there's too much.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay like $6 a month. That's one of those things. I know like Crunchyroll got a thing with like HBO Max. If it ends up on there, yes, I'm gonna watch it.
Pirate Bay.
And I'll try to watch it on TV, but like, I can't guarantee that I'm gonna be there on a Tuesday at 11:30.
Right. Yeah, I definitely won't. I can say that with 100% certainty right now.
The anime seems like a nice idea, but I guarantee you that contract did not get signed after November last
Right.
year when this game was released.
Exactly. So it's like they either are in too deep now, and they're like, well, we may as well finish it out. But like, yeah, I just don't understand what the end goal is, because if it's to get original fans excited, like, okay, cool, they probably will, but then I don't know what they're going to do with it after the fact. But if the intent is to get new fans, they've already way past that point now. Like, that's a lost cause.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's joining the Shenmue hype train anymore.
Right.
You had your chance in 2015 and you blew it.
Yeah, like, sorry. Like, yeah, it's not happening.
That's the reality of the matter. They could have got so many new people on board. They could have got people to try out the original games, and they dropped the ball.
Right.
The anime, I don't know. I think they honestly thought that it was going to be a big deal after the announcement
Right.
of Shenmue 3, and that's when they signed the contract. And it's like, do you remember the Sonic Boom games?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the first one didn't sell well, but they still made a second one
Mm-hmm.
because they had a contract with Cartoon Network
Right.
to release 2 games, and it would cost less money to make the game inevitably a failure than get out of the contract. And that's probably the case here.
Yeah, because and once again, it's another timing issue. Like just with the HD remasters, it's like they released it in such a weird time as well. So what if they released?
That would have been great leading up to Shenmue 3.
Right, exactly. If they would, right. Mm-hmm.
You know what? You don't want to play the games? Here you go. Here's a 13-episode anime. This will catch you up, and then you'll be able to literally jump into Shenmue 3.
Right. It's like they're like retroactively trying to play catch up, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I don't know. It also feels like they were probably doing that off to the side and had no, because like Yu Suzuki for ages said he had no idea if they were making 1 and 2 HD remasters. I just can't believe that people weren't talking to each other.
Right.
About what was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just another thing of like it just seems like a lot of mismanagement, a lot of bad communication, not being real with each other. Yeah, it's.
Well, I think you were told this as well. We know like the owners of the dojo forums were told the reason Deep Silver got involved in the game is because Sega went to them and asked them to get involved because they were worried about it.
Right.
Because Sega couldn't suddenly just stroll in and try and fix it after the Kickstarter and try and look like they weren't involved.
Yeah.
Like, and they were like, "Please, can you
just do something?"
Yeah. Like, which isn't a good sign. Sega were more involved than people like to think.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just a little goofy, to be honest. So I guess really that kind of leads into basically the final part of like, what would you want to see the future of this series? Because like, even after the anime comes out, like, cool, that's going to be done. That's still nothing moving forward. Obviously, people are going to want the next game in some fashion, which I realistically don't think is going to happen. Like, yeah, they do have this engine now, which could be like the base. Like, they don't have to make a new engine and necessarily a bajillion new assets, because they could just start with this for Shenmue 4. But it's like, once again, if they don't take constructive criticism and show good faith, I guess, then I don't think, like, if they try and do another Kickstarter, there's no way in hell they're going to get it backed.
Post Shenmue 3, I was like 90% sure it was done. Since then, and like Yu Suzuki's been interviewed again and stuff, I'm now like 50-50. Because he's talking as if he's going to make it.
Right, right.
And I know he always did for Shenmue 3, but he was a bit different about it. It was like, well, if I can get the funding and stuff. Whereas he's literally done interviews where he's like, oh, well, we plan to add pro moves into Shenmue 4. And it's like, okay, so I think something, and also an entire section was cut out of Shenmue 3.
Right.
Which I wouldn't be surprised if they just threw that into Shenmue 4. Wouldn't surprise me if Deep Silver had a deal with them that, okay, we'll fund this, but you got to spread it over 2 games so we can make twice the money. You know.
Right.
That wouldn't surprise me. It just depends how long it takes, because it weren't until about 2006 we all got suspicious where Shenmue 3 was in the first place.
Right, exactly. And like, I mean, once again, I think Yu Suzuki's a great dude, and I hope he lives a long, healthy life. But like, the dude's getting old.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he's also said that it was Cedric, who was the producer, had said that they need to make 2 more games.
Exactly.
This one took him 4 years.
Right. Like, I wish him the best, but I don't know if he's got that much energy in him to keep doing this crap.
I mean, realistically, like, it's going to take another 10 years.
At this rate, yeah.
For 2 more games, like, because nothing's been announced yet, and it's been a year. Even if something got announced next summer, I bet you it's not going to be 2 years until we even get our first release date that inevitably gets delayed.
Right, and even that, it's like, is it just going to be another thing where we get like 10 minutes of story, or like, I'm not hopeful. The only thing I could realistically see happening is like if he were to once again almost be like a producer in terms of like guiding stories type of stuff, and then just leave literally everything else to another team.
He needs people in the room with him that know more than him.
Right, exactly.
And
Like,
he needs to know that they know more than him.
right, because even if they got the funding, if it's just more of this stuff, it's going to be the same old crap. So
Yeah, and then there becomes the point where you end up with more bad games than good.
right, exactly, and then it just dilutes the series even more, and then
Sega Man just asked, do you have a link to where Sega asked Deep Silver to help with the game? No, because we were told that by someone in the know.
Mhm.
I don't know if you remember that conversation.
Briefly, yeah. I mean, a little bit, yeah.
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 We've heard a few things about the development of the game and stuff like that, because we were part of the Shenmue Dojo forums for so long and know some people.
Yeah.
Sega pretty much publicly really distanced themselves from the game, but trust me, you don't give away your IP for nothing. They make money.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Imagine being the exec for Sega and there's they're doing their financial reports and they go, well, we own that Shenmue game, why didn't we get any money off it?
Right.
The CEO's going to get any apple from the board members.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
don't just... People like to think, oh, they just gave it to Yu Suzuki.
It's like, no, that's
They
not.
didn't.
Yeah, that's
It's
not how.
business.
Right, that's not how business works. You know, just you're not.
No.
It's not a charity.
No.
So yeah, so once again, like if like we said with the anime, like when it comes out, am I gonna watch it in some manner, whether or not I pay for it or not? Probably. I'll probably check it out.
You're the reason Shenmue 4 won't happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just a piece of shit pirate, I guess.
I thought you were a COD fanboy.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's it. Well, both a pirate and a COD fanboy, so I get it. But then Shenmue 4, like once again, like we were saying earlier, out of morbid curiosity, I feel like I have an obligation to play it. Am I gonna back it in anything close to what I did Shenmue 3? Hell no, not at all. Am I even gonna?
They're getting $60 out of me.
Right, exactly. Right.
I'll buy it when it comes out, even if they do a Kickstarter. If they did like I know, like I said earlier, I don't do Kickstarters, but if they did like a PayPal type thing,
Right.
I'd probably pay for like a digital or box copy or something.
Right.
But I'm not going for extras and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah, hell no. Yeah, that's
Especially since I haven't got most of mine still.
Right. Well, yeah, like I told you, I finally got my last Kickstarter item the other day, which was the capsule toys, which actually were pretty well made. I actually
We've got more to come. There's like an art book or something.
Oh wait, shit. Is there? Maybe I forgot.
Yeah.
See, like that's how long it's been. It's like I can't even remember what the hell I've backed anymore. I should probably give them my new address now that I'm moving.
Well, this sort of sums up how people feel about this stuff, right? People are like, I got the T-shirt,
Right.
which might I add, I got the Kickstarter shirt despite the fact that I was a slacker backer. So that shows how well that organised.
Right.
So I got that. When did we get those? Like April?
Something
May?
like that, I think so. Yeah.
And I brought it, and my wife was like, "What's that package?" And I was like, "Oh, because I bought Shenmue pretty early and paid extra money. I got stuff."
Mm-hmm.
She went, "Didn't that game come out ages ago?"
Yes,
and
it
I was
did.
like, "Yeah, I mean, it's how it works." Just like, but you know what I mean? Just your average person doesn't understand.
Right.
It's okay for things like that to turn up late, and everyone thinks we should just be happy about it. That we got anything.
Right. It's that what's the right word? Not entitlement, I guess, but it's like, yeah, it's like just be happy you got.
It's not entitlement. It's something you paid for.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? But the community was like, just be happy you got anything at all, and it's like, no, I literally paid for this. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. Here's the thing I don't understand about Kickstarters in general, and I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Why do the rewards always come so late? Me and you could figure out how to print 1,000 T-shirts and send them out.
There's literally websites that do it for you.
Right, but we could figure that out. We couldn't figure out how to make a game.
Right.
The game comes out first. The game should not be the hard part.
Right.
But also, wouldn't that be great advertising? All over Twitter. Just got my T-shirt for Shenmue 3. Can't wait for it in 3 months.
I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
It would be better to get it out early. Like.
Right, just keep building hype, like, get people excited, oh, I'm getting all these cool goods and stuff like that. Yeah.
Once a month in the last 6 months, like, oh, I've got the capsule toys, or, like, whatever. Oh, and it came with a code so I can get them in the game as well. You know. I don't know, people don't seem to get that stuff.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, to your point, it's the marketing, it's the management, it's like, it just seems disjointed, people didn't know what the hell they were doing, and just kind of threw stuff, and I think for some of the truly hardcore fans, they probably can forgive it, but even for some of the regular fans, in addition to all the normal people who aren't fans, they're like, this is ridiculous, like, what is this?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be over a year until everyone gets everything.
Yeah.
And I stopped caring about Shenmue 3 about an hour after I played it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's...
I mean, like, I don't think I could, like, I don't really want the stuff. I was waiting for it all to come, and then I just put it all on eBay or something, just to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I more gave the money for the development.
Right.
I weren't that infused, but I should get something that I paid for. But even putting it on eBay now, I don't think I'd get any money because no one cares anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see Authentic Maniac talking about how the Kickstarter. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing I think we have to have people understand is just because we have this opinion doesn't mean others can't, obviously. So, like, if you're happy with just not getting the stuff, then that's totally fine. And obviously when I got the stuff, it's not like, oh my god, my life is complete now. Like, yeah, it's cool that I got it. If none of the stuff came in, it's not going to affect my life either way as well. I mean, yep, I played the game, to your point.
I mean, you're $500 worse off.
Right, and that was 5 years ago. I'm in a much better place now than I was then. It doesn't really affect me, but what it does affect, to what we just said a second ago, is the overall, like, it goes to show how mismanaged things were, which to me, moving forward, gives me very little confidence that they know what to do with anything.
Well, when I said from the beginning about the trailers and things like that, like, this isn't good, they need to fix the way they're marketing this, and everyone started having a go at me saying I'm a hater.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, I'm not a hater. I want Shenmue 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I want them to do this right, so it's successful, so it's good.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, if you say one bad thing, you hate everything.
Right.
And you should shut up and go play COD instead. Like, I really, really wanted this to do well. I wanted it to come out. I wanted Yu Suzuki to finish Shenmue, and then I wanted him to be able to go and do other things. Because I think that's the biggest shame. That guy sat around in offices for 15 years doing nothing.
Right, exactly. Like, it seems like he could have been much more involved with things. At the very least, being an idea man and saying, hey, why don't we try this or that? And then it seems like he got, once again, either pushed into a corner, whether it was himself or forced by others or what exactly happened. But it's weird. And you're saying... Yeah, you're worried about the next game, don't want it to be the same. Yeah, that's the whole point, is like, I want the next game to live up to what it can, and if the team, once again, just to kind of reiterate, like, if they're willing to accept constructive criticism and maybe get people to play test it that aren't dedicated hardcore fans, then I think that's a great idea, and people could.
Honestly,
Yeah.
like they would never do this.
Oh, of
because
course not.
it would be beyond stupid, but they should go to like the YouTubers like Super Eye Patch Wall
Right.
and be like, look, we're making this. Can you come in and just play test it?
Right.
And then just talk to him for an hour or two afterwards. And like, I don't like the whole, you know, games made by committee and like
Sure.
the testing and stuff. But like, that game, Shenmue 3 did not get received well.
Right. Like.
At the end of the day, no matter how much they inflate the user score and like, you had people on the Dojo forums complaining that reviewers clearly didn't play it before they reviewed it, although they probably did.
Yeah.
And then the same day it came out, giving it a 10 on Metacritic. Okay, who didn't really play it?
Right. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah. We're being a
Okay.
little naive here.
Okay, right. But just talk to these people, figure out what it is, and like, because at the end of the day, the people like Super Eye Patch, like me and you, we really want it to be good. We're not a critic who's sitting there. We're fans at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We want it to be good. And pretty much everything I've said, a criticism, I've come back with, they should just do it like this instead. It's not like, well, this is stupid, this is... You know,
Right.
why haven't they looked at other games? And I'm not saying I want the game to be The Witcher, but maybe it wouldn't hurt the Yu Suzuki to sit down and play it for an hour or two.
Yeah, to understand. Like, you have to understand what is going on. And to your point, don't copy it. Don't bend to the whim of everyone. But yeah, you have to understand what expectations are. I mean, that's literally like how things evolve and continue to be great. And this outright refusal to just accept reality is such a detriment. It's really weird.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the Kickstarter campaign, they showed they were willing to listen. Like, as I said, I was the one who suggested he did a Reddit AMA first, and I kept banging on about it, and they did it. I suggested they do a Twitch stream interview. They did it, although they messed it up. You know, I was the one who suggested they do the capsule toys as rewards, like in the game.
Sure.
I think they messed that up as well.
Yeah, a lot of implementation didn't exactly go great.
Yeah, like they were willing to listen, and then it was people were like, no, stop saying this isn't perfect.
How dare
stop
you?
it. And then suddenly they had nothing to go to. Like, we also know as well, like, even for the HD remasters, they were talking to the heads of the communities.
Yeah.
Who were deleting and banning any negativity about it or criticism. And
Well-
then what happens is the game comes out and they're buggy, and then everyone gets angry that people think it's buggy or they're not as impressed with it.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing, actually, I forgot to mention as well, really quick, is the other month that fan documentary came out as well. Well, in a rough state, I guess I'll say. Did you end up watching that or no?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And so, and granted, this could what I'm about to say could be said about a lot of documentaries, but it was clear that it obviously only talked about the positives of the history of Shenmue, which, once again, I get it. Like, you don't want to just insult someone to their face, but, like, I think the reason why that stuck out to me is because literally the week before, I watched the documentary about the Tony Hawk games and with Tony Hawk, and in that documentary, they very clearly mentioned, like, look, we had some missteps in the series, and they sucked. Like, they did not answer to what people were kind of hoping for, and they talked about it, which I thought was like, damn, that's refreshing to hear that they would do that. And then like I said, watched the Shenmue one, and I'm glad they talked about the positives, but then, yeah, they glossed over the fact of, like, Shenmue Online or Shenmue Guy or City, whatever, or the fact that, like, you know, Shenmue 3 just basically isn't mentioned at all in it, which, I don't know, it just stuck out to me, I guess.
Well, we don't really know much about how people like Sega really feel about Shenmue 2. Like, the game came out, And then there was nothing. There was no interviews like, oh, it was a big failure.
Oh,
And
right.
stuff like that. That's just how people have interpreted it over
Right.
the years. Like, I want to know like what the feeling was in the company after that game came out, and like why didn't Shenmue 3 get made?
Sure.
Like straight away after. Why? You know. Documentaries like that are weird to me. It was very well made. I'm not having a go at them, but it's like I feel like you're giving the information to people that already have that information.
Right, exactly. Mm-hmm.
And you're not giving information to people who don't. That documentary was not made for people who wonder what Shenmue is. It was made for the fans.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're just telling them stories they've already read about online.
Right, and I mean, I guess to their credit or to their benefit, whatever, I mean, that is kind of how they marketed it a little bit too. So like, yeah, I'm definitely not knocking them for it. I thought it was great. Like, and I know it's not the final cut or whatever, and they still need to kind of truly release it. But it was just funny to see that, I guess. But yeah, like at the end of the day, I guess to sum it up, like the first two games will always be some of my favorites, whether it's nostalgia or otherwise. Like I still will always remember them, and like I will still recommend them. Shenmue 3, I will literally never recommend to anyone ever. There's just no reason to.
Well, here's the thing: is like every time I did play Shenmue 2, and you had that ending before Shenmue 3 was announced, it was always depressing.
Right.
Like that last like section where you're talking to Shenmue as you're walking to Old Spy Village, you get excited each time about getting there. And then you get disappointed that it ends.
Mm-hmm.
If Shenmue 4 never came out, I don't think I would mind at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lose sleep.
Yeah. Feels like we've like come to terms with like someone dying.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like I mean, we were part of the Shenmue community for 15 years roughly.
Right.
And it's quite depressing to now say, you know what, I don't really care.
Right, yeah.
If it never comes out, so be it.
Yeah, just it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, but it's not even like I always wanted to know like how the story ends and stuff. I don't really care that much anymore because I'm worried about how they're going to tell it.
Right, because like even though he said he doesn't want to like put it into a manga or anime or whatever, it's almost seeming like it's gonna have to go that way at some point. And even if it does, yeah, like do I really want to know at this point? Is it better just to be left in mystery?
Well, I enjoyed The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would have preferred if the game didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way the first one ends, open-ended, granted it's different. Shenmue 2 was set up for you to find out the ending.
Right.
But like, there was something special about not knowing what that next part was.
Yeah, the intention was... Yeah, like...
The intention with that was to leave it open-ended.
Right,
and not
exactly,
answer
yeah.
those questions. Shenmue it was, but now, with Shenmue 3, they're like, oh, what happens next? Then I'm just like, I don't know. Don't really care.
Yeah.
Between 2002 and 2015, me and you were part of a website where nearly every week there was fan theories, there were people going through the old videos where you could like see a frame of a script or...
Right, it was so dissective of like every aspect, which like made it fun. Like that played into why it was such an interesting, not just the fan community, but just the games. Like, oh, did they leave these little clues in like a fucking cookie jar in the right corner or something? And it's like, no, it's just people doing.
We know he's going to go to this village. Like when? Or like what's going to happen there?
Right.
You know, now, do you care?
Like here it is.
Like, but do you care? That's the thing. It's just like, oh. Like we even saw the Saturn footage and it looked epic. The stuff that wasn't included in the first two games. I can't imagine them doing anything epic.
Right. Like, I don't know if it's, even if they do make Shenmue 4, like, is it a matter of, do they, yeah, like we were saying earlier, I don't think throwing more resources is really going to help.
No.
It's, I guess, more dedicated resources and a focused story. Like, but to your point, even if they did that, it doesn't matter anymore. And yeah, it's coming back to that morbid curiosity again of like, yeah, I'll probably play it, but am I ever going to be as excited as maybe they're hoping I would be? And I already know the answer is no. Like, just, it's not.
No, I can tell you this. I'll buy it. I'll play it day one if Shenmue 4 comes out.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be like we're in a Discord group with like 30 people who are all part of the Shenmue forums. Do you see it the day before Shenmue 4 comes out? Everyone being hyped.
No.
No, but that's it, isn't it? We are a group of people that met on a Shenmue forum. We're all hyped for Shenmue 3 for the most part. And now, if Shenmue 4 come out, it would just be another game we talk about.
Right, for like a week.
Like, more people seem excited for Cyberpunk.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's a good indication, is the amount of times we've actually talked about Shenmue is like a couple, like very rarely. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, harkens back to the whole reason that we talked on the forum, is like, we talked about other shit and we're a bunch of cynical assholes, which was hilarious, and we had a good time. So, like, I'm not surprised by that fact. But yeah, to your point of, like, if we're not excited for it, how does anyone expect anyone else in the general audience to enjoy it?
Yeah, and I think one thing that has been proven by how well Shenmue 3 done, like, people are always like, the sales aren't out, you don't know, it could have sold. Like, the game hasn't set the world alight, otherwise we'd be hearing about it.
Right.
Okay, like, it came out, maybe, I don't think it even made its money.
I can't
I think
imagine
if
it did.
Shenmue 4, I think if Shenmue 4 comes out, it's to try and recoup some of that money because they're reusing some of the assets and some of it was built towards that.
Right. Are you?
Because you just got to break it down. The game, Yu Suzuki said $20 million. Divide that by 60.
Mm-hmm.
That's how many copies it is if they get 100%, which they don't because they have 4 or 5 investors.
Right, exactly. And then, as South is saying, you can find the game for $10 right now.
Yeah, the game was selling for like $40 2 weeks before it came out, so it weren't even making $60. And also the majority of the sales, well, I don't know the majority, but like a lot of the sales are also on Kickstarter, which is money you make before the game's even out.
Yeah, exactly. And then obviously they spent a lot of that to
through that.
Right, that, and of course they had to make all the Kickstarter rewards and stuff like that. So yeah, they spent a lot of money. So like, I don't know. I guess Shenmue 3. It's really weird actually when I think about it. I feel like Shenmue 2 and 3 almost like bookend my adult life. Like obviously not my. I'm not dying. Like my complete adult life, but like my.
We'll see.
Yeah, not yet at least. We'll see if someone attacks me from the Shenmue Dojo forum. But it's weird. It's almost like Shenmue 2 was at a time, like I said, where it was very formative years, very like important growing up, and like going to understand what I'm going to do in my life moving forward. And then like Shenmue 3 is the other bookend of like my childhood has been ruined. Of like, and not obvious, I'm exaggerating, of course, but like it's like the embodiment of something you loved from your childhood coming back again and being a hollow shell of what it used to be, and knowing, like questioning, did you ever like it in the first place again? And it's this weird emotional like journey that I would just kind of wasn't expecting.
I mean, we're also a bit of a generation where everything comes back.
Right.
And I don't know, more times than not, it ends up disappointing us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's rare exception. Like I thought the new season of Twin Peaks was the best season of Twin Peaks.
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I love that. But then like Star Wars, I like 2 out of 3 of the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the other end, like Shenmue, which I just didn't like Shenmue 3 at all.
Yeah, like X-Files came back for a little bit, which X-Files is like in my top 3 favorite shows of all time, but then they came back with the 2 mini-seasons, and it was like, this is okay, but it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think as a generation, we're just getting used to things coming back and, like, not caring anymore. Because, like, when they announced, like, certain things were coming back, at first it was a big deal.
Yeah.
And now, like, I don't know what's saying. Like, if Firefly came back because everything's coming back, like, that wouldn't surprise me at this point.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like, nothing surprises me at this point. I mean, there's a Netflix series about the nurse from
Oh my
One
God.
Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, okay, so I saw that, or I saw the trailer for that the other day, because One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is definitely one of my favorite movies. I love that
It's
movie.
great,
And I saw the trailer, because I was like, well, it's Halloween, I'm looking for horror, what's going on? And I saw the trailer, and I'm like, why does this look familiar? And then I read, like, oh, this is about the nurse from that movie. But the weirdest thing was they keep marketing it like she's this ultimate horror villain that, like, is, like, on par with, like, Freddy and Jason. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
She was just the nurse in
Right.
the film that was mean to the patient.
Right, like, what is...
But would it surprise you if it's like Amazon Prime they commissioned a series based on the piano player from Casablanca?
Right. You have to know his tragic backstory.
Yeah. What happened? Why did he end up in that bar? That's the question we've all been asking for years. Donald Glover's gonna play.
Right, well, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the
And
perfect...
do the music.
Right, well, that's the perfect example of, like, Solo for the Star Wars movie. They kept saying, like, oh, you get to find out all these answers about Han Solo that literally nobody gave a fuck about. Like, why, who wanted this? Like, and to be honest, it wasn't, like, the movie was okay. Like, I didn't have a problem with it, but, like, nobody wanted this. Like, what is this?
Well, I think the telling thing is with stuff like that is people watch it, and even if they enjoy it, they don't talk about it a month later.
Right, it's just shitting stuff out, capitalizing on, I guess, nostalgia, and it's actually funny, like, now going on another tangent with, like, I enjoy seeing the Marvel movies, and, like, I have a good time watching them, but, like, I understand where, to an extent, where, like, Scorsese is saying, like, this isn't really cinema. Like, it's...
Oh, like, it's that whole internet context thing again. It's like everyone's got to be angry at it.
Right, exactly.
Like, I love the Marvel movies. I get what he's saying.
Yeah, it just becomes into a money machine instead of about the, like, artistic integrity, which, like, there's 2 sides to every story when it comes to that. But, like, I do get what he's saying.
Yeah, I get what he means. I think people took him a little too literally.
Right.
Like, but what we're talking about, like, a month later, no one cares.
Oh, exactly. Like, that's already ancient history.
The day Shenmue 3 came out, no one cared.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And sure, if you went on, like, the Shenmue Dojo forums, it was like, oh my god, it's like Taylor Swift just walked in the room naked. Everyone was so excited.
Right, the second coming of
Like,
Jesus. Like,
you know, like, but where outside of that place did anyone care?
yeah, no one. Like,
I
yeah.
went into a GameStop and a Target because I was waiting for my wife. Because at the time she had a bad foot and she couldn't drive, so I had to drive her to a class.
Mm-hmm.
And I had like 2 or 3 hours to kill. So I just wandered around when you could do that.
In the pre-times.
Yeah, before Tom Hanks' disease. And I just went into the GameStop and I went in the Target and I always just like look at the video game sections.
Right.
This was the week Shenmue 3 came out. It was not on the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
There weren't even a blank spot for it, where people had obviously bought it and maybe they had 1 or 2 copies that
Right.
had gone. It just wasn't there. There weren't a barcode for it. Nothing. No one cared.
Yep.
And that's the depressing part. People went from 4 years. They went from caring to not caring.
Yeah. And once again, and coming back to the comment earlier, is like, you could tell, like, some care went into this game, right? And it is a shame that it just got completely overshadowed by everything else.
As much grief as we gave Yu Suzuki, I think you'll agree with me. He's a guy who cares deeply.
Right, exactly.
I don't think he's the messiah people make him out to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a talented individual.
Right.
I don't think he is the next best thing.
Right. I mean, he had his heyday, you know, and like he definitely, in whether or not the magnitude of his importance, I guess, could be certainly discussed. But he definitely had an impact, which I think is hard to ignore. But it's one of those things where like it's kind of past his prime a little bit, and you could certainly keep trying to relive those days. And he did try, but unfortunately, he kind of failed.
In the years between Shenmue 2 and Shenmue 3, I remember an interview, it was after he had left Sega, and he talks about how it was only him and his daughter worked at EaseNet, the company he now owns.
Yeah.
And he used to take him an hour to get into the office and an hour to get home each day.
Mm-hmm.
And he just used to go there every day and just sit there and write game ideas. And that sounds like, I think some people thought that was awesome, like, oh my god, he's just coming up with ideas like that. I just found it really depressing.
Right, it sounds like a diary of a madman.
Like, all he's doing is just sitting there, and I think it was like Polygon or someone who interviewed him about this, and they were interviewing him in the office, and he was like, oh, I've got this idea, it's like Afterburner, where you sit in an office chair with a gyro in your phone, and if you're in an office chair you can spin around and do full 360 and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a guy who hasn't made a game for 15 years, sitting in an office on his own, talking to a guy who's interviewing him about why no one employs him anymore.
God. It is depressing. Yeah.
It is really depressing, because I think I can imagine, say, like a Microsoft or a Sony or someone were like, you know what, we're going to give them a little team, like 20, 30 people. Just make your weird little ideas over here.
Right.
I think he could make some really good stuff.
Sure.
You know, but it's sad what happened, that when you do look at his Wikipedia page, there's 15 years missing.
It's just a black hole.
Well, like Guns N' Roses is my favourite band.
Mm-hmm.
And for 14 years they didn't release an album.
Right.
And that was when they were in like their 30s and 40s.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be depressing when you look back once they pass away, and they could have made 15 years worth of music, and they didn't.
And then Chinese Democracy came out, and that was an interesting album.
Hey, I actually loved that album.
I actually, to be honest, I thought it was okay too. It was just, it was just interesting. Like, and yeah, not in a bad sense. It was just interesting. Like, I kind of wasn't.
That was.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Axl Rose and Yu Suzuki aren't that different, to be fair, because Chinese Democracy came out in 2008. And all everyone said about it when it came out is it sounds 10 years too late.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Because when he started making the album, he was talking about his influences were things like Nine Inch Nails and Nirvana, which in 2008 the lead singer had been dead for 10 years.
Right.
You know, like, he even got the guitarist from Nine Inch Nails to play on Chinese Democracy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it's the same thing with Shenmue 3. It just feels like something that they started a long time ago. Like, I think they started on Shenmue 3 back in the early 2000s.
To some extent, yeah, probably.
I mean, there's Saturn footage of it and stuff.
Sure.
It wouldn't surprise me if they looked at the stuff that was being used, that they'd already worked on when they started the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that would maybe explain some of the older feeling of it, because he did also say that when he started it, Sega were letting him use all the old assets and
Right.
have access to everything Shenmue related.
Yeah, it just, I don't know. It's just depressing. Oh, God.
Now, authentic maniac
Mhm.
said, "I feel bad for you."
Yeah, I
We all
mean,
do.
yeah, I mean, it's certainly not our intention to be to shit on him or anything like that, because like we've said 100 times, like definitely have respect for him, but it's just an example of what happens when like you kind of live in your own head, don't take the criticism, and then you kind of just expect everything's just going to be okay without like putting in that extra effort, I guess. And it's I don't know, I guess I'll use it as a warning sign almost for other people. And I almost feel like Yu Suzuki would be good as like a mentor, or as like some sort of I don't, just like a coach almost, of like, here's how I was able to do innovative things. Now you take that mentality or concept and do it for what you want to do, but don't literally do what I'm doing. You know.
I mean, he was around in the time when like 3D games were being made for the first time, and we said before, like, he was the guy who looked at it and went, "How can I change this?" or "How can I do that?" It wasn't so much about the game; it was more,
Right.
What can I do in this office to make this work? You know, how can I revolutionize the arcade machine?
Yeah, and yeah, I guess maybe, you know, lightning doesn't strike twice. I suppose.
Well, like, you know, you say like you'd have him as a mentor or something, like, but the guy doesn't play games. Like, if I was making a game, I wouldn't ask him. I wouldn't be calling him to come and give me his input.
Right, and I guess that's maybe a clarification. Maybe not so much advice on games, but advice on like how to maybe think outside the box a little bit, or how to approach things differently. Yeah, as far as game advice goes, he'd be the last person I would ask for that.
I mean, also as well, like, there's not much innovation just on the technical level of video games as much as there was back then.
Absolutely, yeah.
The jump from 2D to 3D, like arcades to home consoles and stuff, was just something that is like, games consoles have effectively become PCs now.
Well, right, it's just diminishing returns at this point.
They're pretty much all the same for the most part, outside of maybe that one loads a little faster, but that one can put out a better resolution.
Right.
No one's. Maybe Nintendo is the only one who's doing weird stuff like that, like the olden days. Like, you look at the Wiimote, and I don't think the Wiimote would have happened if it weren't for Yu Suzuki, because video games were buttons and a controller.
Right.
He's the one who looked at arcade machines and said, let's see how else we can play games.
Yeah.
And then that's probably why you got things like DDR.
Right. Yeah, it's not literally just a controller with two buttons. It's like, think about it like an experience, I guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I guess on that depressing note, to like sum it up again, like, I think Shenmue 1 and 2 will always have its place in history, and obviously for a set core of fans who will always enjoy it. Shenmue 3 is just a weird, like, living embodiment of what happens when things are past its prime and just brought back from the dead, so to speak. And then, yeah, I guess Shenmue 4, like, I guess I hope it exists and will come out one day, but I'm going to be cautiously optimistic, I think, at that point.
And it's also, Shenmue 3 is a tale of the internet does not represent the world. What you see in the comment sections and your bubble does not represent the whole world. Because apparently everyone loved Shenmue 1 and 2 and wanted Shenmue 3. And that wasn't the case. I've said to you before, like, if the internet reflected how the world actually was, like, the Call of Duty would be the worst selling game every year. But it's not.
Right.
Everyone online hates it, you know?
Right. It's...
Donald Trump wouldn't be president right now. But he is.
Right. Like, it's this very insular, like very, I hate to use this word, but like incestual a little bit of like people just constantly bouncing off of each other without talking to others outside their bubble. Like, and even if you like, I mean, shit, you and me and some of the others we talk to, we'll argue about dumb bullshit all the time that we don't agree on. It doesn't mean I want to come over and fucking stab you. It just means, yeah, we have different viewpoints, but that doesn't, that's it. Like, it's cool. It's okay.
Yeah, but you don't know my view on a pineapple on pizza.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Mother band.
Just end the stream there.
Yeah, and done.
Tear the cake out of the wall.
Yeah, and then the other thing, I guess, on a related note, is to not, without going too in depth, I guess, not to dedicate your entire life to something that is something that.
Not to be too precise.
Right, like, don't like.
I know who you mean.
Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously have hobbies. Yeah, we have hobbies of video games and movies and shit, and it's healthy to have hobbies. But to literally dedicate your entire life to such a narrowly specific hobby that, like, will show no... I mean, granted, unless you have a good life where you can afford something like that, then more power to you. But if not, like, a reality check every once in a while is probably needed.
Yeah. For the people, I'll just say it, because for the people in the chat that don't know, like, the history and stuff, we know people that literally spent more money than they should have on kickstarting this and made it their life, which wasn't healthy.
Right.
To the point they have breakdowns about it.
Right.
I'm not going to be one to tell you to spend your money, but if you're having to make sacrifices in your life for stuff that's a hobby,
Yeah.
maybe you should reconsider how you're spending things. Like, I'm buying a house. I'm not going to get a PlayStation 5.
Right.
It would be silly for me to buy it right now.
Right, exactly. And, like, I'm about to move, like, here in a couple weeks, and, like, there are so many effing, like, Blu-ray sets in video games and crap that I would love to get right now, but yeah, I'm not going to, because, yeah, I gotta save for that shit. And around the time when Shenmue 3 was happening, there were so many people, like I said, I felt honestly kind of bad with how much money I had spent on the Kickstarter, but granted, I also had a savings built up, and, like, I knew I had a job starting in a couple weeks, so I could kind of rationalize it and be okay with it. But there were people who absolutely had no business spending the amount of money they did on the Kickstarter when that happened, and it's ridiculous.
You shouldn't take out a loan.
Yeah, to put it specifically.
Let's put it that way. We know people who took out loans. Like, that's not good.
Yeah, exactly. So
You should be taking out loans for things like houses, cars, things you need.
right, or as South says, develop severe depression so you don't have to care about it. All right, that's fine. That's good
Whatever
advice.
works for you, man.
Yeah, man, whatever floats your boat, dude. Yeah, and so obviously when Shenmue 4, or if I should say Shenmue 4 happens, and if they do another Kickstarter, I'm just afraid. Like, I don't know, I feel like people will have learned their lesson about the Shenmue 3 to be smarter about it, but I know that's not going to be the case. I know there's still going to be people who give way too much money on a game if it were to happen again.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend $10,000 for a meal with a man who doesn't even speak the same language as me. Like,
Hypothetically.
yeah, hypothetically. Like, as I said, like, my favourite band's Guns N' Roses. I wouldn't spend $10,000 to have a meal with Axl Rose. He'd probably turn up 2 hours late. but, like, also, that's just got... I've always found things like that weird. It's just me, like, I've never wanted to meet people in that kind of sense.
Well, it's like idol worship or like or celebrity worship where it gets like unhealthy. And like I mentioned before, like I said, I'm a Star Trek fan, and a couple years ago I went to a Star Trek convention. It was the first one I'd ever gone to, and I will say I had a good time, and especially like there was panels with the actors and stuff which were fun, and I got a couple pictures with some of the actors. But yeah, to be honest, it was kind of weird, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this again, because And not because I had a bad experience. They were amazing people, like really great, super nice. I will say William Shatner looked like he was on his last leg, but that's that's a different story. But
it's looked like that for about 40 years.
oh, right, exactly. But it was a weird experience of like meeting your idols, and it's like I don't know if I want to do this again. And yeah,
I remember I'm a big football or soccer, if you guys call it, fan, and I was shopping once with a girl I was seeing at the time.
Yeah.
There was one of the Millwall players, team I support. I mean, I went to every game for like 15 years, like season ticket holder.
Right.
And I was like, oh well, like that's John Marquis, who was a player for us at the time. She's like, who? And I explained. She's like, go over and ask if you can get a photo. And I was like, no. I was like,
I can't.
I was like, no. That's like, it wasn't even like I was nervous to do it. I just felt like it'd be weird to do.
Yeah.
You know, like I just didn't want to bother him as well. Like I sat behind Brian May at a concert once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he sat in front of me, and it was just like, it took him half an hour to get to his seat.
Right. Yeah.
Because we're just mobbing him, right?
Right.
And I didn't even say hello to the guy, even though I love Queen
Right.
and stuff. It's just like, it must be horrible, like, to just have that. And I know Yu Suzuki's not got that issue, but like, I just would feel weird about mobbing a guy or like worshipping him, as you said it.
Yeah, and like I want to say it was Keanu Reeves, maybe, or it was some celebrity where basically, like they are at that level. It was someone at the level of like they were super nice. They're always going to say yes to taking photos and stuff like that. But I like in an interview once, he like basically was like, you know, I'm never going to say no to a fan because like that's kind of the reason why I'm here. But I think they said it would be nice if just for once someone were to come up to me and instead of saying, can I take a picture, just saying like, hey, how are you doing?
Yeah.
And it's like, God, that must, it's just depressing. And I think ever since I heard that, that's kind of when, not that I like see celebrities or anything like that all the time, but like if I were to the next time, I feel like I would, if I were to even talk to them to begin with, it would be that kind of approach and not just be like, hey, you know, put me in this picture or whatever like that.
Also, like, some people are just not going to be that nice about it.
Well, that too.
I had a friend who saw back in England a comedian called Vic Reeves, who's very like big and well known in the UK. He was like very popular in the 90s, and he nodded at him in a shop as he walked past because he noticed it. He was like, oh, like nodded at him, and he rolled his eyes at my friend. Like, you know, it's not everyone's going to be that nice, and like hero worship is not helping.
Yeah,
and I think that really ties back into people's issue with criticism of the game.
Right.
Is they see that the person can do no wrong, and everyone can do wrong.
Well, and on top of that, because you're attacking their idol, it's kind of like you're attacking them personally, like because it's like that's their core, is that they're worshiping this person, and you feel like, oh, if you attack them, you're attacking my identity as well, and it's like, no, believe me. I mean, I could do that too for other reasons, but not for this specific reason.
Well, the one that always worried me was when before Shenmue 3 was announced, people were like, oh, if I ever win the lottery, I'll fund Shenmue 3. Be like, maybe buy your mum a house first.
Yes.
You know, like,
maybe like fund world hunger initiatives or something.
Yeah, like just imagine you're like, Mum, I've won the lottery, and she's like been busting her ass, put you through school, and like you've got a mortgage payment, you've been in debt, and you're like, what are you gonna do with all that money? Well, I gave it to a guy who ain't made a game in 15 years. So he can finish that story. Remember that game you got me for Christmas? And she's like, oh, okay.
Oh, good.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just, God, I swear, like I know we've said this before too. I feel like we could make like a documentary just on the like, or not even a documentary, like a scientific research paper on like the mental stability and health of people in this community. Like it's just wacky of like the twists and turns I feel like we've witnessed.
Honestly, we came across quite a few characters in the Shenmue community I said at the beginning, I don't like Shenmue fans. They're weird.
Yeah.
They think that the game is Picasso and that anything that isn't is something a child drew.
Yeah.
And where they have this sort of superiority complex where because they play Shenmue they're better than most people.
Yeah, and it's so goofy.
And then you have the other side where it was people who just they enjoyed the games and they were really nice and chill people. And then the psychopaths.
Yeah, God, I don't know. Some people take things just like I said too personally, and they just lose their minds and yeah, exactly. It's.
I mean, we've literally witnessed probably about 5 people go crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like the correct term to use in this day and age, but like that's literally what it was.
God. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. I mean, it's people who just got way too involved with something and like just can't face reality, and it's yeah.
I mean,
like
we even saw people who like weren't even the biggest Shenmue fans, but then just became obsessed with the community.
Right.
And lost their mind over that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. It's just like the thing, like I mentioned before. There's other, like around that early internet time, there were other forums and other like fandoms of things, and I know there were other, like,
yeah.
like there were like there were Resident Evil forums, right? Or there were, I'm sure there were Mario forums or Sonic, clearly. But something about this community in particular just seemed so fucking weird and like out of whack.
It was one of those things that if you were in the inner circle, it was great. As I've said before, a very tight-knit group. Would do anything for each other, really helped people. Were really friendly, and amazingly for the majority of us have stayed in touch over the years. I mean, there's still some people I've tried to find an old email address for them or something
Right.
like that. I'm just not. They seem to have just dropped off the face of the earth, or they're just.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were even a few people that just weren't interested in joining like our Discord we have going now and stuff.
All right, we almost basically went on like a 7-month hunt for like email contacts for one person in particular to see if like even if they were alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Was that Woo? Was that one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then Yakin was like, "I'm fine, leave me alone."
Yeah, like get the fuck out of here, like you fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
Oh god. So.
It brings out the strangeness of it. I'm sure it happens in other fan communities, but like, yes, I did invite Salem. He was the first person to join South just after if I invited Salem.
Good.
He's like, if you look in the list, he's still technically there.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first one I spoke to and the first one who joined our Discord group, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll come back once I beat Shenmue 3."
Never
And
heard
he beat
from.
Shenmue 3.
Never to be seen again.
Yeah. No, I've messaged him before.
Yeah.
He's one that always says like, "Oh, I'll pop in" or something like that, and he never does.
All right. Yeah, which is fine. Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting everyone to like messages every day and stuff. I know people have got lives and not everyone wants to join it and stuff.
Right. But
there is some people. It's a shame that have like literally just disappeared off the face of the earth. But I also I do worry about some people, and like I know in the Shenmue community, some people hate me for not loving Shenmue 3.
sure.
But I am genuinely worried about some of their mental health, and I have like kept track of them.
Yeah.
Like, it's because I'm worried about them.
Yeah.
Not in like a weird stalkery way, even. It's just like,
But right,
you know one guy.
Yeah.
You know one guy. Like I regularly like check in to make sure he's like not commit suicide.
Right. Yeah.
And that's not with him. It's just more like looking from afar because I am like genuinely worried that guy will do something one day.
Right. Yes. I would agree as well, and I certainly hope he gets the the help he needs, but once again, history has proven otherwise on that one. But yeah, it's just an interesting group of people, and I think that once again, this comes back to why do I still like this game so many years after, like not 3, but like the originals, so many years after, and it's because it's not clouded, it's surrounded by all of the nonsense that went with it.
Yeah, like I can't play Shenmue 2 now without like laughing about Ryo's gun. Like, you know, like stupid, and like we just used to have like threads on the Shenmue Dojo forums about like how does he poop?
I need an in-depth analysis.
Yeah, and it just used to be like, oh, why do you think like he wins the fight so easy? They're not getting knocked out from his punches; it's from the smell. Yeah.
Clearly.
You know, just stupid. Like, I know, like Shenmue's well known for people for like the forklift memes, sailor memes. For me, it's also like the dojo forums and stuff like that, from posting there so long. And a lot of it's not even about the games themselves; it was just general stuff.
Right. It was just, I think you said it again earlier, like right place, right time. It was the community around it, and then, which to some extent, yes, that's unfair to judge Shenmue 3 by that same metric, but once again, it's the same issue of like, even on its own, it's just not what it could have been.
Well, I think the Shenmue community reflects Shenmue 3, in that it doesn't know what its own faults are.
Right.
And it needs to look out rather than inward all the time.
Gotta look inward with Ryo. Get real deep.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. It needs to look at other games, and the community needs to realise there are issues.
Get real class. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, obviously we could continue talking for even longer about very specific stories, and maybe one day we'll have to do an episode of like best of old dojo stories. That might be a fun. I feel like it's telling old war stories or something of like, oh, remember that time.
The revolution.
Exactly.
Where we ousted an admin.
That'd be a great time, but yeah.
That's what's weird. It's like we were originally thousands of miles apart and still chatting all these years later.
Yeah, exactly, and that's I think that's why once again I'll always like have a good time with them, and it's fun, and because it's resulted in a lot more good than bad. Still, I think for me.
Up for debate.
Well, that's fair. It depends on maybe who you ask or in what you're referencing to in the community, but I guess in general, I would say I've had a good time, and it's just one of those things that will never be replicated, which I get it too. And I think a good chunk of us have like accepted that reality, and that's fine, and you can move on, that's life. But like obviously there's a fair amount of people who haven't, and it's the reason I started the Tojo Dojo was because we all wanted to post on a forum like the old days.
Mm-hmm.
And the stupid thing was we arranged it in Discord, which people now find easier to use than a forum, so no one moved from Discord to the forum.
Right.
Because modern technology caught up with it.
Yes.
And that's it, it's right time, right place. I mean, the Tojo Dojo now not just for the forum, which originally, as I said, is all I made it for.
Mm-hmm.
Which is still there if people want to sign up.
Yeah, sign up now.
Yeah, sign up. Sign up, come chat. If you like all these war stories, trust me, we can make some new ones. I mean, every owner of the last Dojo forums went crazy. Who knows? Maybe I'll go crazy this time.
This is the cycle of madness. Now you'll actually experience it yourself.
I feel like I'm like Robert in Game of Thrones. I'll do the 20 years of peace, and then it will kick off again when the next Mad King comes along. I'll just get killed in a hunting accident.
Oh god. But yeah. Exactly. So it's the cycle of life keeps going. It's all good. Shenmue 3 Game of the Year every year, obviously. It's all good.
I'm still waiting for the Game of the Year edition with the DLC.
That'd be great. I'm assuming that's not going to happen.
No.
Ever.
I don't. Other than that one guy from IGN Japan that the dojo keeps saying is the best journalist ever, despite every journalist being a page through, apparently.
Exactly. Oh my god. But yes, any other final thoughts on everything?
Play Shenmue 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a go. If you've never played it, I'm guessing if you're watching this, you at least like Yakuza.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, got a few people watching now that I'm assuming not all of them have played Shenmue, but Shenmue 1 and 2, you can buy it for like $15.
Right.
Worst thing that can happen is you don't enjoy it. I'm sure you spend more money on a game you don't enjoy before.
Right. Yeah, especially coming back to the point earlier of like, if you like seeing how things started, then highly recommend it. And even if you don't, like, it's once again, it is its own thing still. So definitely definitely recommend it. And then if you want to, if you're a sadomasochist, then play Shenmue 3.
I mean, I think also Shenmue 3 is saying that if you play the first two, you should play.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, just to see, because it is video game history at the end of the day.
It is. So yeah, Authentic Maniac. So gonna do the mods. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I can maybe say this again really quick. So if you play it on PC, definitely do the mods, which you can find on like Nexus mods or something like that, and they do actually make it a lot better with some of the voices. Some of the textures being updated, some cutscene fixes in terms of like widescreen and all that sort of stuff. And I think there's something else that they fixed as well. So definitely recommend for PC to do that if you can. And they're not hard to install. They're pretty self-explanatory. Also, South 420 guys, great. Thanks.
Should I end with one of my favorite dojo stories?
Sure, that'll be a good way to take us out on this lovely conversation. Go for it.
Okay, just because we talked about how people went a little weird and a little crazy on that place.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give some context to people that aren't from the dojo forums, we had a guy called Mittens, who I spoke about earlier, who said the trailer for Shenmue 3 looked bad. And the owner of the forum said, "What the fuck do you know? You've never done anything for this community. When have you ever done anything?" Blah, blah, blah. So he then posted all the Facebook messages he'd sent to try and help that guy get a job. And was like, "This is what I did for you."
Literally helped you out, yes.
And then the guy disappeared for 6 months rather than admit that he was just being a bit of an idiot.
Yep, and
then came back angrier and more authoritarian than ever.
And that's just the kind of place it was.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. So, yes, maybe one day we'll do a more in-depth, maybe pull up different funny stories and see if there's anything.
Oh, you could get them up on the screen and everything. The forums are still there until the mods get angry with us again.
That's true. So maybe it's better we do document this before that happens.
Yeah, they're deleting things. It's like a punishment every time that we upset them. They take away one more thing.
Right. Yeah, because you can't do the chat anymore. You can't log in.
Can't check our LPMs anymore.
Right.
They removed our signatures because I advertised the Tojo Dojo on there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's what I did too as well. Yeah, I posted it in the in our signatures or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Soon they'll just take away like the numbers.
Right.
Just leave letters.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. And South, clearly you got some bans as well. We might have to save that for the next stream where we discuss those. But oh goodness.
I think South should actually come on audio, and if we ever talk about the dojo.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get a group call going, and we can definitely do that. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, doing these Discord audio calls are actually a lot easier than I thought it was as well, especially if you want to do a group call. So we could definitely work that out for sure. But yeah, so that's been, Jesus Christ, been talking for almost 4.5 hours. So yeah.
I don't know, we're going to cut this into a YouTube video.
Yeah, just the highlights. But yeah, that's been Shenmue, basically in a nutshell, 4.5 hour nutshell of start to finish, and Yu Suzuki, history, community. Hopefully people, for the few that tuned in, found it interesting. Well, it'll be up on YouTube as well, so maybe I'll have to repost it for others who want to see. But yeah, it's been fun. Walk down memory lane. It's been a blast.
Yeah, good talking to you, man.
Yeah, you as well. All right, well, thanks everyone, and until Shenmue 4 comes out. Oh goodness, cool. Take it easy, guys.